We on?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call to order the meeting of Sanford City Commission in budget work session for July 8, 2026. Commissioner Wiggins is on his way, and Commissioner Thomas, I believe, is online. Is that correct? Okay. And
Affirmative.
so, Mr. Bonaparte.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission, and the city staff. This afternoon, we're starting the process of the preparation for the proposal, your review of the proposed 27 fiscal year budget for the city of Sanford. A lot has changed in the last couple of months in terms of property tax. Later this year, the citizens of the state of Florida will get a chance to vote on whether they want to see a change in their property tax, and that will definitely affect all the municipalities and the counties in the state of Florida. Tonight, we are presenting to you our proposal for the city's 27 fiscal year plan. First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to be with us. I would say it was a beautiful day outside. It was, and you are now here. So thank you. I also want to particularly point out city staff, for Ms. Lindsay and her staff in the finance office, and for all the department directors and their staff in putting together this budget. As you'll hear from Ms. Lindsay in a little bit, they started this in February, and we're bringing it to you now for your consideration. The proposed budget is balanced, and it does call for a mill decrease of 0.1%, or 0.1 mil. Cindy has indicated that with a 7.225 mil, which is a 0.1 mil decrease, the average homeowner over a 10-year period will save $183.41, or $18.34 a year. It will, however, cost the city over $9 million in that time period. The proposed budget before you, however, does not take into account all of the requests of the department directors. And you have before you a list of various positions. There are 26 positions that were requested that are not being funded. We had capital requested about $20 million, of which $5.9 million is proposed to be funded, which means $14 million is not recommended simply because we don't have the funds. As I said, we're also looking at the impact of the proposed property tax proposal that the citizens of the state will be looking at come November. If that passes, the city would look to lose $6 million the following year. And the year after that, another $3.3 million. So in the 2 years, we would lose $9.3 million. Today's session is not the end. It is the beginning of the process of you reviewing the proposed budget. If, in fact, you feel that you'd like to have additional time at the end of today, there is a day next week that's already been designated for continued discussion. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lindsay to go over the presentation of the budget, after which we will have her go through the departments, and then you can ask whatever questions you have. Our job is to make sure that you feel you have the information you need so that we have a budget that provides the best services to the citizens of Sanford, because they deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bonaparte. As you said, we are going to present to you the 2027 proposed budget for your consideration. And I just wanted to point out our artists on this page. This year we did a student art submittal for our budget cover. The middle one is the winner. Her name was Jocelyn Hurt, and she's an 11th grader. And the second place winner is on the left of the screen, and her name was Everly Baumgardner, and she was a 6th grader. And then the artwork on the right is some other artwork that's just displayed in the budget book that was submitted as well. Lovely. All right, our agenda for this presentation is to look at our timeline, look at our general fund revenues and expenditures, and how they've changed in the recommended budget from 2026. Just to go over our ad valorem tax and the, what is going on with that, with the 0.1 mil decrease, and also the new ad valorem tax rate that, information that we got from the property appraiser's office. Looking at our future needs that are possible on the horizon. Talk a little bit about the new financial transparency law, and then we'll open up for discussion before we move on to the departmental budget. As Mr. Bonaparte said, our budget did start in February, actually on February 9th. We did the kickoff meeting with our departments, and one of the tasks for them this year was to try to keep their budgets flat, no increases. We weren't going to have the revenue. We already seen the revenue not increasing like it has in the past, and then we had the 0.1 mil to deal with, decrease on top of that. They did have to submit their CIPs to us by February 27th and their departmental budgets by March 6th. Some departments did switch those two around, which was fine. They wanted to do them the opposite way, which we did this year. Then we started the reviews with departments on April 20th through the 30th. And then on May 4th through the 14th, we met with the city manager and all the departments to discuss their proposed budgets. The property appraiser did submit their the preliminary estimate of the taxable value to the city on May 26th. And that is actually, I think, about a $15,000 increase in revenue over what is in the actual proposed budget now. June 29th, we submitted the proposed budget to commission. And today is where we're at for first budget workshop. We do, as Mr. Bonaparte said, have a second one scheduled for the 15th if we need to have that one as well. You do have to approve the tentative millage where we can get that to the property appraiser's office by July 27th. And then August 1st, we will try to do the final changes to the budget and notify the property appraiser by August 4th of what our proposed millage rate is set at, what the rollback rate is, and the date and time of our first public hearing, which is September 14th with our second and final hearing on the 28th of September. This is our budget outlook compared to 26 to 27 for general fund revenues. Property taxes, this is with the 0.1 mil decrease in it. Property taxes are going up about 2.4 million, about 2.77% increase in revenue. Utility taxes and other taxes are going up less than 1%, 0.08 to be exact. Licenses and permits is currently set to go down about $500,000. Intergovernmental revenue up about $167,000. Charges for services down over the current year budget about $324,000. Fines and forfeitures almost flat, with other revenues increasing about $900,000. And then the other side of that is our expenditures. 27 expenditures compared to 26. All of the departmental budgets are going up. Mostly it's all from payroll expenditures, with transfers out going down about 1.5% overall. And we'll go over each of those after the presentation. And then this is just a summary of expenditures and where they're going up and down. Cost personnel is our biggest driver, $3.8 million, with health insurance being $1 million. Salary adjustments budgeted at almost 1.8, workers' comp about 840. Adjustments to FTE funding from other funds about 109,000. With operating expenditures going down overall $6,400. And you can see the ups and downs in the categories of operating expenditures, with the biggest decrease in promotional activities and the biggest increase in contractual and professional services. And then non-departmental expenditures are going down 1.1. Some increases like health insurance for retirees, debt decreasing $350, and our CIP decreasing about $880,000. This is a comparison of our ad valorem taxes to public safety expenditures. Our public safety expenditures are in the light blue. Our ad valorem taxes are in the burgundy-ish color. As you can see, our public safety expenditures outpace our ad valorem taxes currently. That has not changed over the years. It's gotten a little better since 2013, but still it outpaces our ad valorem taxes. And then this is a snapshot of our ad valorem taxes. Our 26 year was 7.325. Oops, sorry. Try to blow that up a little bit. Our 26 year was 7.325, which gave $46.6 million to the general fund in revenue. At 7.325, if we kept it there, we would be getting additional 3.3 million. Since we decreased it to 7.225, we're getting 2.6. This is a decrease of about 682 due to the 682,000 due to the 0.1 mil decrease. Now, we do have the option of going to the rollback rate, which would be a decrease of 2.3 million over the last year. And we also have the option of going up 0.5 mils or up to 10 mils if we would like. An increase of 0.5 mils would make an additional 3.4 million over the current budget. This is a snapshot of all the Seminole County cities and the county and what our property tax costs are to a single-family homeowner. City of Sanford, their total tax bill for 2027 should be around the average $3,200. We are only going to be higher than Longwood, which their total tax bill would be about $3,158, about a $43 difference. And if you look at that same sort of information except on a per capita basis, again, Longwood is the only one that is lower than us, with Sanford paying about $414 a person, Longwood paying $399 a person, with Oviedo being the highest per person.
Are those charts in the budget book?
No, they are
Can
not.
you send those to us,
Sure.
please? Thanks.
I do have handouts later of them
Okay.
too, but I can email them as well. Future needs. Some of the things that are not in the current budget that are on the horizon are being asked for, looked at. Possibility of adding $3.6 million in operation equipment and additional personnel for Station 40. That would be for the tower, if we got the tower truck. Approximately $1.5 million in unfunded addition requests from departments, and that's on a sheet that should be in front of you that I passed out. It's mostly new staffing being requested. Of that, the Station 40 is personnel around that. New fields and west side operational costs. We're looking at that new ball field. Legislation requiring firefighters to work less hours, that would cost us approximately $4 million if that came to pass. Approximately $14 million in general fund unfunded capital requests, and that also is in front of you on a spreadsheet that I put on your desk. Future needs to reserve levels. As I did the presentation previously, and I talk about quite often, reserve for general fund should be a minimum of 25%. Currently, we're at about 17.9, so we're in deficit about $6.2 million. Debt requirements too, in order to avoid if we have to issue debt, our interest costs costing us a lot more, we would need that operating reserve higher. CIP reserves, we should be setting aside $3.3 million in reserves plus whatever we spend on capital, which isn't even enough as it is. And this should be above our actual CIP usage, which is currently $5.9 million. And we would want to do this to keep our capital assets in good shape and not sitting at the point of failure, which currently we are doing that with a lot of our assets. They're sitting at a point of failure, just like we see with this air conditioner in City Hall a lot of times. Possible reduction in revenues of 9.3, as Mr. Bonaparte mentioned. 2028, if the property tax reform passes, we'll lose $6 million. 2029, we'll lose an additional 3.3 for a total of a 9.3 reduction in the general fund budget from today. Okay, so we also have new transparency laws that we have to abide by. They are effective January 1 of 2027. And there are a list of them. Budget calendar has to be posted on the city's website by January 30th of each year. Employees' names, job titles, and salaries, and year-to-date gross pay posted on the city's website quarterly. All proposed budget amendments must be posted on the city's website 5 days prior to being presented for adoption. Detailed searchable records of all employees' travel expenses should be posted on the city's website. An interactive budget book posted on the city's website with specific information. That specific information is already in our budget book. However, our budget book is not what they consider interactive currently, and we are working on that. A budget exercise to be held each year at least 14 days prior to the approval of the proposed budget and posted on the city's website to cut the budget by 10% without affecting essential services. And a new law that passed, part of this is a supermajority vote is now required to approve a millage rate that is greater than 110% of the rollback rate. Currently, our millage rate proposal is less than that. But if it was to be more than that, it would require 4 out of 5 versus the 3 out of 5 it currently requires.
But that doesn't go into effect until next year.
I'm sorry?
That doesn't go into effect until next year.
Right, correct, January 1, 2027. And that's all I have for the presentation. Unless there's any questions, we'll head right into the departmental budget.
Any questions?
Any questions at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay.
I said not at this point. I don't know, because are we supposed to open up discussion later?
What?
Aren't we opening up discussion later? I was
Yeah,
just double checking with Cindy.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll ask questions as we go, right?
Yeah, on the departmental budget? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do I quit sharing? How do I quit sharing, Bob?
I'd like to show you
How do I
Cindy's
quit sharing
version
my
of the
screen?
budget.
You know, you're not supposed to save all your documents to your desktop.
You weren't supposed to see that. Okay. All right, so we'll start with city commission budget. I did also put a 2-page sheet on your on the dais too for fleet maintenance when we get there, and I'll remind you because there was a mistake in the budget with the numbers and where they were placed. But I'll remind you that. Okay, page 82, city commission. Currently, this budget is set to go up $17,000. For about $15,000 is in personnel costs and $2,341 in operational costs.
82.
I have a couple questions right into that, Cindy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the email that you sent us showed us the new salary that's showing the mayor making 32 and the commission making 26. When I added that up, I got 139,000. But when I'm looking at 2026 budget and 2027, I don't see those numbers anywhere. So even though it's a missing of like 2 to 3 grand, I'm trying to figure out how that works out.
Well, the executive salaries, it's in that number, the 147, the 1100 account number, the very first one. But that includes also like ad pays and stuff, and I don't remember exactly if y'all have, anybody gets health insurance subsidy versus taking the city's health insurance and things like that.
So is that the difference of that 2,400 that's there? Because again, I don't.
Oh, the 2,400?
The 24. I'm just
yeah.
trying to figure out where the numbers are coming up. And
Let me
then
pull up that sheet for you.
Okay. Because I'm basing it
And it's
based
actually
on,
too low because the numbers I sent out, I didn't have yet.
Okay.
And so this is a little bit lower than what the actual raise will be. I had to make some adjustments for that.
okay. So our budget for 2027 is going to be different than the 139?
Yeah, because I did not have the raises yet for y'all. I just did an estimate.
Okay, now, does that happen throughout the budget? Because this is gonna help me from asking 101 questions as we go
For
on.
personnel,
Yeah,
now personnel can change daily.
okay,
So if somebody leaves, somebody comes in, they make a different salary, that whole personnel budget changes. So personnel budgets are estimates. They always are, because
Okay.
like I said, they can change daily.
okay.
Where are you reading 139?
I know.
Because if it's 32,000 for yours,
Oh,
then 26,000, yes.
Oh.
I kept looking in the budget book for 139.
That, I didn't see 139 there, so
Okay.
I'm like, I'm seeing 137 and 142. Our numbers come up to 139. That's why I was asking about that.
Yeah, your actual salary is 139,004, I believe.
346, uh-huh.
Yeah. And then you have other items. I think this is just the estimate. Your actual salary is actually going down over this, not
Okay.
up. Yeah.
We have more money to spend.
A tiny little bit of more money. The travel and per diem and the other charges and obligations, is that where we have the youth trip to Tallahassee? Is that under those?
You have your hotel bill and any food or anything like that is in there, yeah.
Uh-huh, because I was like, that's a lot, 15,000, what are we doing? But then I remembered we talked about that in the budget.
Ready to go on?
Mm-hmm.
Next is page 87 is the city manager's budget. And this budget is set to go up $33,845. Of that, salary and benefits is about $39,000, and there's about a $5,000 decrease in operations.
What are we doing in rentals and leases for the city manager's office?
The copier.
Can I make a suggestion on page 70 for the final budget?
Page 70.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
for the budget summary. Where we list city manager, can we notate that that actually includes economic development and communications?
Yes, their whole department.
Right.
Wait, say that again?
On page 70, it says the city manager is 3.5 million. But that includes economic development and communications and neighborhood engagement. And so people don't go to page 87 to see what it actually is for just the city manager.
Okay, can
Okay.
I ask a question, just since we were talking about because the economic development and community development are under city managers, when we're looking at like the FTE numbers, and I know I'm skipping, but it's important. If we go to page 302, and it's showing all of the full-time equivalent staffing levels. So for city manager's office, it shows 5, right? But then technically it's 3 if you're going to be able to say, well, communications has 2, and then economic development has 2, and then community relations has 1.5. Like, help me understand how those numbers don't get mixed up, because technically it should say 3 instead of 5, correct? Because now you're adding more people to the department.
The city manager's office has 5.
Okay, but then if,
Communications has 2. Economic development has 2.5, and community relations has 1.5.
how many, who's in city manager's department?
For city manager, it is Pam, Mr. Bonaparte, Craig.
That's three.
Elizabeth.
Who's
and
Elizabeth?
Who's the other one? Oh, intern position.
Oh, got it. All right, now that helps.
Okay, so we done with city manager?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on to communications, which is on page 89. The communications office budget is going up $80,629. 34,000 of that is personnel, and the increase in operations, there was a decrease, but there's offsetting increase of 35,000 for, I believe, the YouTube, and 13,000 is for Granicus for the, I forget what it's called,
What's the 34,000 increase?
for the closed caption. Closed caption.
Now, why is that falling under communications and not under IT or finance?
Because they're the ones in charge of communications. That's part of their budget.
Okay. Now, what bothers me is the printing and binding has like severely gone up. So
Communications.
in communications, because I'm looking on page 89, line item 47. Like, literally, I know that we're doing Citizens Academy and all those other things, but in 2023, it was only $45. Jump up to now, we're at $53,600. What are we printing and
It's the
binding?
resident guide.
For $53,000?
5,300? Is that?
I'm seeing 53,600.
Yeah, that's a typo. It's 5,300, 5,600.
Okay, that's a big difference.
Oh, no, that includes the Granicus. The Granicus and the other, the YouTube stuff that's coming on for,
So it's not really printing.
right. It's in the wrong line. It should be in 4,600, the extra.
Okay, so where does that fit in? So when I add this up, I can say this, where does Granicus now go?
It's not, it's new. It's the new items that y'all asked us to get, for, closed caption. What else are we getting on? It's just closed caption.
Okay, so, but,
And where they can see the screen on YouTube versus being far away in the closed caption.
but if you say it's not, then why, how do we have 53,000 here if you're saying
No,
it's not
it
included?
belongs, it's not, it's in the wrong account. It should be in 4,600 instead of printing and
So,
finance.
but it's already listed here for that goes into that total of 383.
The total's not wrong.
Okay, I just want to. Well,
It's just in the wrong
let me ask-
account.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Why would it go into 46 anyway?
All, software goes into 4,600. That's state of Florida.
Can we go back? You said, the increase is 30-something thousand in salaries? What is that for?
It's just the raises, the 4% raises. And then also the new employees, different salary than old employees.
Is it against the rules for us to see employee salaries? Why aren't they listed?
I'm not sure your question.
Because we never see employee salaries, we see like a percentage. So I don't know how much the new person is making. I don't know if we're not allowed to see that or not. Why is that not shown?
We just don't show that in the
Okay.
budget book.
Yeah. But I mean, we've seen those spreadsheets before when we've been talking about salary plans, so we can certainly see it.
I'd like to see it. I mean, that would have been nice to see it separately, but it's okay because you asked us if we had any questions and I didn't send it to you, so it's all right.
Well, it's gonna be available online next year, right?
Yes, starting in January.
And apparently, there's some website you can go to and it has the whole nation.
Oh, nice. Look myself up.
It's rounded out.
Okay. Done with communications?
No, because promotional activities has doubled. So we went from our budget for 2026 is 7,300 and now we're at 18. What are we doing differently?
That's Citizens Academy cost.
Are we having more classes?
No, it's, the food cost for Citizens Academy.
Wow.
That's a lot.
And then also, the social media page boost, increase as well, so.
Wait, we're boosting social media posts? No, okay.
You're not, so I can take that out of your budget? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
She said they're not boosting.
She says they're not boosting social media.
I'll take it out.
Okay, so then we're doubling the amount of food.
It's just the food cost that went up, not doubling the amount, just the cost of it.
Well,
That's
that's,
from when we went to bid on all the food things.
yeah, but that wasn't Citizens Academy. That was
That
the
was
commission.
citywide.
It's for the, all, any food the city purchases.
That was everything.
Jesus.
Which, by the way, we never went back out to bid again a year later like we were told, but we'll talk
Don't
about it
get
another
Patrick
time.
started on it tonight.
We'll talk about that another time.
Hadn't been a year, has it?
It's been over a year.
I believe March was a year.
Okay.
Well, that's an incentive to join the Citizens Academy. You're gonna eat good.
Pretty good food.
All right. Any other questions on communication?
Wait, but, never mind. Carry on.
All right, the next,
Wait a minute, is Commissioner Thomas still there? I was just checking in with her.
She's asleep.
Okay.
Okay, the next is the PAC budget. It's on page 253.
Why is the PAC
Page
budget next? 253,
Oh, I'm wrong page,
253.
244.
244. Is that because it's under communications?
244.
No, it's a special fund.
That's
Oh,
special
okay.
revenue
All
fund.
right, got it.
Oh, there it is. Public Arts.
Oh, it's on page 263, sorry. I wrote 253.
263.
Which one are you talking about, sir?
263, the PAC budget.
Okay, because I have it on 244.
I'm looking at
That's
240.
the summary, the detail is on 263. This budget is currently set to go down $8,500 over 26.
So, why did we eliminate the budget for the rest of this year, but we were putting them in? Huh?
You just said they can't spend.
Well, then we need to talk about it. This is foolishness.
Commissioner Thomas says.
Okay, can we understand it?
What the?
He waiting for Maria to ask a question.
Did she write it?
Sounds like she's sick.
Explain the 53,000 again. She was asking to explain it in communications, the 53,000.
Oh, okay. Oh, for communications, Commissioner Thomas, the 53,000 is, includes an increase for the, is that her? Increase for the, closed caption, which is about, a $48,000 increase, over 2026. It's just in the wrong account. It should be in the, here's the 4,600 account versus the printing and binding.
What are we hearing?
I'm not sure.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You gotta hear.
Okay, it was earbuds. I had earbuds in, but that was apparently affecting your ability to hear me when I talk. So I think we're good now.
Okay. Did you hear my explanation on the 53,000?
No, but that's okay. I'll make notes later. I don't want to hold us up.
Okay.
I think you said it was in the wrong line, and
Yeah.
it's really 5,300.
No, the printing and binding is 5,300, but the change goes into the account right above it, and it's for the closed caption increase, the change.
All right, gotcha, thank you.
And that's to keep us ADA compliant?
Okay, Bob, we're
More
good.
This is something y'all
Just,
requested.
I don't think it's necessary. It's because we want our residents to be able to see better what's going on. It's not, I don't think it's required.
Yes, that's important.
But we can't speak into the mic for $53,000.
I thought you were one of the ones that wanted. them
Not
to
at
be able to see
$53,000. Yeah, I did. I thought that it was neat. I didn't know that it cost that much.
It's actually 48,000, the, increase.
Anything
mean, I
above
think
10
that's
is
worth it.
expensive. I ain't gonna nickel and dime it. I'm just saying, I didn't, when we said it, you know, I know people are able to do tons of things on, you know, I just didn't know that closed captioning cost that much. I ain't against it. Moving on.
Okay, back to Pat.
Commissioner, that's live closed caption. Closed caption is available now, but not live.
While they, okay, got it. Thank you, sir.
Back to PAC.
The PAC budget is
Yep.
a decrease of about $8,500.
Okay, and then Commissioner Austin's question. And we clarify, so we told PAC not to spend any more money this year?
Well, at least not moving forward. There are ideas in terms of what the current statutes and the artwork that is currently on loan, and looking, because that loan program ends next year, and we're looking at whether we can acquire permanently so we don't have empty silhouettes or empty stations once we return the statues.
Right.
Or the sculptures. So we're looking to see what we can do so that it's not left where we can maintain or contain the sculptures that we have, so it's not just empty next year.
Okay, so what is that? Why was there funding suspended for this year, but we're looking at increasing it next year? We're
To make sure that in terms of what's in the budget this year, that we go ahead. The proposal is here. As the commission goes forward, you will decide how much PAC gets for next year.
well, we decided last year, and then you went against us, and you told PAC they can't spend any more money this year.
Until we
You
figure out,
arbitrarily overstepped the commissioner's decisions and decided to cut off their funding for this year, but you've presented us a budget, increasing their budget next year. That wasn't explained in the information that was sent out to them. What you're saying today is not the same as what you said to them. I don't understand what's happening, but we'll discuss this Monday night. I don't want to hold up the budget meeting for this.
But this is part of the budget.
We'll discuss what happened this year, Monday night. I'm glad to see that public art is still important at the moment, but apparently whatever we decide in this budget can arbitrarily be changed by you on a whim without even talking to us. I have a problem with that.
What do we need 10 grand for promotion? What are we promoting?
In which,
And on line item 4,800 for public art.
for public art. I think that's a donation to,
Art Festival?
the art festival that the Public Art Commission does.
That was moved from elsewhere in the budget and put there.
But the art festival is phenomenal. I love it. Not against it. But we are cutting back on other events and funding, and then the art commission gets 10, I mean, not the art commission, but the St. John's River Festival of the Arts gets 10 grand, basically from the city under the art commission fund. It's like a slick way of doing it.
Well, and call that, I mean, that's what we decided.
That's what we
There's
decided.
nothing slick about that. We had the conversation and said that funding should come from the art commission.
I still think that is a slick way of doing it, whether we said yes, everybody said yes or not. That doesn't mean that I agreed with it then. Talking about it now. I'm just saying, we're cutting back a lot of events. Again, I have to always clarify that I'm not against anything. I'm just saying we're cutting back from events, and the
What
city
event-
is gonna give.
What events have we cut back on?
We're not, because we have, the majority of our events were covered by CRA. And so we had to cut back from that because the CRA sunset. And so we decided that we weren't going to be giving out, funds, and that we would have that conversation with the commission on how we would try to keep events here. And basically, the festival gets 10,000 from the city underneath the art commission. I'm just pointing it out.
What is the 79,000 professional services?
It's a variety of items. It's 10,000, 30,000 for murals, money for 4,000 for utility wraps, sculpture purchases, landscaping for the sculptures, Seminole Cultural Art Gala, and attorney fees.
Okay, so there's the important part, attorney fees. What is the attorney fees that they have to pay, and why are they having to pay it out of their budget?
Anytime any department or program uses attorney fees, they pay for the attorney fees.
So that's taken out of every other budget we're talking about today?
Except the general fund is all in one portion, but utilities pays for theirs, stormwater pays for theirs. This is a separate fund, it pays for theirs. CDBG pays for theirs, building fund pays for theirs, yeah.
But don't we have just one overall attorney bill?
Yeah, but every program pays for theirs, or the budget wouldn't be done correctly because they're not paying for their whole cost.
Okay. So it's not that they're paying something different. It's just their portion.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on art commission?
Cindy, question?
Yeah.
It looks to me that we might have shifted some money between other contractual services and promotional activities. Is that true?
Under public art,
Hang on a second. Oh, never mind. I skipped to the next page. We're good.
okay.
Okay. Then on to economic development.
Okay, economic development is on page 92. Verify. Yeah, 92.
Well, now you know what my question is.
It is set to go down $21,571. It's an increase in personnel costs of $59,000 and a decrease in operational costs of $80,607.
Is other contractual services a typo?
The 352.5?
Yeah.
That includes the trolley.
Yeah, that's the question
trolley
I
is
had because-
$250,000 of that.
What'd you say?
The trolley for downtown is $250,000.
Because
Okay.
promotional activities is going down 4,000. That's why I was wondering if we might have shifted some money between those two categories.
No, last year, it took on the CRA's costs, and other contractuals. So last year's budget, was $343,140, which was an increase over all the previous years because it took on the, trolley, it took on the farmer's market operations, and that was it for the other contractual.
Okay, what's the decrease in promotional then?
Promotional decrease, mainly city sponsorships and marketing supplies.
What was the first one?
City sponsorships.
City sponsorships.
It went from 125.5 down to 60,000.
Can someone help me understand how the CRA funding, when it sunsets, portions of the money, the money goes back to the county, but then the city also gets portions of that money, which we allocate throughout. I'm just trying to find a basic way of saying that.
It
We
goes
don't
back into our
basically,
general fund.
it goes back into our general fund. So,
But that started in 2026. So the 2026 budget took on all revenue and expenditures of the CRA in the general fund.
okay, so does some of that go into economic development, like
Yeah,
to cover
that's
the
why
trolley?
That's why if you look at 25 and 26, there's such a big jump in 26.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Some of it went to the, economic development, some of it went into Parks and Rec.
Okay.
And the police department, they got, their personnel costs went up because they
Is
took
there
on the
anybody
job.
in the room from ED?
Yeah.
The Pamela's
Okay.
Hi,
with that.
Pam.
For, you don't have to get up or talk. For future reference, can we get some updated numbers on the trolley, please? Thank you.
But I mean, it's a lot of money, but they are heavily riding that. And Dan gave us a really good, I know we need updated, but every time he gives us a presentation, the numbers are really good for that. I'm just concerned about the promotional activities because economic development, does it, Cindy, are you able to tell me how much we're taking away, I mean, how much economic development was giving towards events? Does it show that?
Yeah, they gave about $7,000 in the past.
How much?
7,000. They gave 7,000 in 25, 5,000 in 24,
So, if-
11,000 in 23.
all right, but you said that the reason why the budget is going from 721,000 to 366,000 is because of events and some other things, but like, what's the other things that cause it to be 700,000 in 2026, and now we're decreasing? If economic development needs to go up for us to promote the city and the activities, then I'm okay with that, but I just want to make sure what that is about.
Right, we did decrease, we used to fund a bunch of incentives,
Okay,
et cetera, and basically all that went away too.
okay.
And did I miss the answer about how it went from 57,000 to 721,000?
That's when it took on the CRA.
CRA? Okay.
But if I remember correctly, promotional activities is where we put in money for incentives for businesses,
The
that
ta-
we
the
share,
tax
the job
incentive.
creation thing,
The QTIs and
Right.
JP.
and we put money there, but we hardly ever actually had one.
Right.
And so
So we
the budget
slowly
amount is always way above what we actually spent.
Right.
Okay, and so now we're just saying, let's
We're
just not
reducing.
put that in the budget?
Yeah, we don't,
Okay.
we don't have,
All right.
we have some in there, but not as much as we used to have.
Okay,
So there will be no
So-
JAQs in QTIs?
They
Or-
don't do QTIs anymore.
Okay.
And we haven't done the other in a long time.
Okay.
And we got rid of the tax rebate program.
Okay.
so I don't know if you have this right in front of you, but I think it might help. For the 2025, do you know what the budgeted amount was for that line item?
I don't know the
Okay.
budget. We spent 16 about.
Okay. And you just said something that I was going to ask about, the tax rate rebates. Are we still setting aside the money for Henry?
Yeah, that's what's left in there.
Okay, so that's still in there. And then we're setting that aside year by year until we get that case resolved?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
One other question here, and it's going to be a question that will apply to a number of departments, so I'll ask it now. And I've asked this in my previous years as well. Conferences and seminars. I keep looking at this thinking it seems to be increased every year, unusually high. And it doesn't seem like we're having a hard enough look at conferences and seminars. And I say this actually going to the annual conference myself for the Florida League of Cities. Nonetheless, I feel like we're not paying enough attention to costs here. Am I wrong?
That's actually one that I hammered each department on this year, was conferences and seminars.
Oh,
Yeah, and so they've all assured me that they were actually going to these conferences and seminars in 27.
And Commissioner Thomas, also, one of the criteria is it has to be, for the most part, it has to, for maintaining credentials or certificates.
And I
Okay.
firmly support that. Mr. Bonaparte has always said and believed in sharpening the sword, and I would not know what I know and be where I'm at if it was not for economic and community development, sending me on conferences to learn the different things. So our employees, the better the more that they participate, the more they know on the job training, I support the conferences.
So,
Okay, and good, and I support that too. So I'm gonna presume here that maybe it's just increased cost, especially when it comes to getting to certain conferences because of gas prices, et cetera.
so
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas, is your question, why isn't it being used, or why isn't it enough?
No, my question is, like in this particular example, we're going from 495, 1460, 985, and then up to 6,000 for this year, 5,500 for next year. So that's a little higher than just increased gas costs and things like that.
Yeah, what you have to know is the 23, 24, and 25 are actuals. 26 and 27 is budget. So this
Yeah, I
is-
get that.
So they budgeted one thing and then they usually don't go to the conference. So that was my number one question to them, is if they're going to budget it, are they actually going to go to the conference?
Mhm.
So I don't have a problem if they're going to go to the they're going to go to the conference, but just to budget it and not go is the issue that I was having as well.
Okay, so we should look at it more in terms of, well, the actuals were much lower than what we budgeted, and that's a good message.
Right.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Keep that hammer going there, Cindy.
Got a question about personnel.
Mhm.
So we've got the economic development director and then the project manager, and then they split the administrative specialist. But I'm seeing the farmer's market. Do we still fund up the farmer's market?
Mhm.
Who is that?
Who is it? It's, who does the farmer's?
Project Sanford?
I
No,
thought that they were
No.
separate.
Okay.
no, I think there's the gentleman in Parks and Rec helps with that. I forget his name.
Okay, somebody help me understand that. How much we pay for that?
What, the gentleman that does,
Well, no, she's asking what organization is running it.
oh, I'm not sure. on
I
that.
know it's Project Sanford, and I know
Oh.
the lady that runs it, but I'm saying it shows that we're paying a part-time person for that. So I'm like,
Oh,
well,
okay,
who?
okay.
No,
It's not part-time.
It's unfunded.
What? Oh, okay, I see. Point.
The farmer market
1.5.
coordinator is unfunded.
So we don't have that.
No, it's a contractual now. But Brett Henderson, I think, helps with that.
Oh,
That's who
Brett?
it was. Yeah,
No,
he still helps with that some.
no, Jerry's saying no.
No longer.
They're not doing it.
That's true. I thought economic development managed that contract.
When was the last time they had that?
What was that?
When was the last time they had that?
They have it every week.
Oh, you talking about that's downtown?
Yeah.
Well, Britt was the one.
Oh,
the
okay.
west
Yeah, we're not
side.
doing one. Well,
We ain't doing one there.
Okay, which department manages the farmer's market? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it says unfunded though.
That's
The position, it's
employee.
contractual now.
Okay.
But under, I'm guessing, other contractual services is where we paid for the farmer's market?
Yes,
Okay.
it's 16,000.
16K for the farmer's market?
All right, are we done with economic development? Okay.
All right. Community Relations, page 95. Okay, Community Relations budget went up 86,700. It's all in personnel costs, and a small increase in operations of $622.
How did we go up when we lost somebody? I know that there things are like, this, community relations is split up by CDBG and everything else. But how did we go up when we lost LaHeap?
Because LIHEAP and CDBG were funding part of Nikki's salary, and neither one of them could afford any of it anymore. So now the general fund has to pick up all of it, yeah. LIHEAP went away, and the portion of CDBG that was funding it no longer does.
Okay,
CDBG can't even fund the person that runs CDBG now.
so we'll
General fund
possibly,
is picking that up.
we'll be picking the project manager?
Part of her salary as well.
Yeah, CDBG funding has dropped a lot.
Lot dropped, yeah.
It's way down.
Okay, so
What?
because I don't want to offend anybody, but that's a department with one employee, kind of like economic development too, is you've got a department with a department title and a department salary for both of those departments when there's only one employee underneath the director and then a half of a administrative specialist. So I'm wondering, not taking away anyone's salary, but I'm saying it falls under city manager, and don't nobody shoot me. I'm just, trying to think strategically, because that's,
Are you saying we possibly need some streamlining, Commissioner?
yes.
Okay.
Because
It's a fair question.
you get what I'm saying? Because departments, you're a director over a full department, and I'm assuming 5 or more people. Well, with CDBG now, and the reason why I'm saying that is because now the city is taking over that cost now fully, and not just, where it was a percentage from CDBG, then you have a manager not saying that, I don't want to say the wrong thing, not really managing people underneath her. So what,
Is the question about the title?
not necessarily the title, but just maybe some restructuring and thinking about that, it not being a full department. I'm saying the same thing about economic development too, not taking away from, not trying to get anybody to lose their job or not trying to decrease salaries, but I'm saying that departments usually have a department.
No, this isn't a department, it's basically office.
So
It's a
community
division.
development is not a department?
No,
What is it?
it's the office, it's basically just community development. And it has a manager to manage the HUD funds that we get.
Okay, and we're not really having that many HUD funds, right? Because you're saying we're losing lots of,
It reduced, the funds we're getting has been reduced. But we still have to distribute, go over $400,000.
okay. So when I'm talking about, and I wish people wouldn't get offended, because it's hard for me to articulate exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to brainstorm here. What I really would like to see is how could we use that department to work with some other things to spread out, because it sounds like eventually CDBG will phase out, just like LaHeap did. And I don't want anybody to lose their position. So I'm saying maybe some restructuring so that maybe we can have more community development, because we received a letter from our attorney saying that in January, our governor is changing things to where we won't be able to fund our REEI or any of our minority things, which all of that falls under community development. The REEI falls under community development, and all of the things that we do with our young men of, not young men of excellence, our boys to men, our college tours, we'll have to kind of rebrand that so that we are in compliance, so that we don't get in trouble or our hands slapped for that new policy that takes place in January. So that's what I'm trying to think outside the box here, because it looks like things will be shifting.
That will be a continued
Yeah,
discussion completely.
I totally agree with that, Commissioner Britton. In fact, I was going to ask about even the statement on the role of community relations. We hopefully are already taking a look at that and how we need to rewrite it. and restructure appropriately.
So it might not be a department, but the title is director though, correct?
Of community relations?
Yes.
Yeah,
And of economic development as well, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying usually the rest of our directors have 5 or more employees. So I'm just trying to figure out how we preserve these positions in the future or how we shift some things, and hopefully that we can proactively think about that now versus it coming up and then I'm at the commission saying, why is somebody losing their job?
What I'm hearing you saying, please correct me, is your comments are about the person's title.
Well,
Not really.
okay. I believe Commissioner Britton is saying that we have people with titles that are over departments that don't compare to people with the same title over other departments.
Absolutely, but for instance, let's take economic development. When Brady Lassard is interacting with businesses, having the title, he's the director of economic development, I think is important.
I think it's important too, but I'm just saying maybe we shift like other things that they do.
Listen,
Go ahead,
I'm gonna help you and try not to step on your toes here.
it's fine.
We cannot continue to look at now. We have to start looking at the future. The future is going to be major cuts in this city. We took a little baby step back this year. I'm happy about that. But I still don't think we did enough, and I've said that before, and I'll say it again. A huge part of what we are going to be facing in the future is personnel, because that is our biggest expense in this city. We need to start making sure we can justify the titles and the structure that we have. If you feel that you can justify that in front of a packed audience of our taxpaying citizens, then I'm good with that. But Commissioner Britton, myself, and Commissioner Thomas, I think, are saying we might need to take a better look at this.
Exactly,
Is that
sir.
fair?
That's very fair.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with what Mr. Bonaparte is saying about the importance of us being able to attract businesses through an important person with an important title. However, I think we need to mitigate that with where we are now and where we're going to be in the future. And, you know, we're not like the Fortune 50 company I came from, where you've got senior directors, executive directors, 3 different levels of vice presidents. No, we're a small organization, so we don't have 100 titles to choose from. But we do need to take a hard look at where we are now and where we're going to end up.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Any other questions on community relations?
Yeah, so now my question is being that we're going to be taking some of these activities away, let me look in, I just want to know if, because like when I'm looking at the accomplishments and I'm seeing the different items that would fall under DEI, are those budgeted in for 2027?
They are, I will be making a few changes after this meeting.
Mhm.
One is that we got 15,000 more in property tax revenue, but some of them would be with community relations budget on MBK and our EEI.
Okay. So then they would have additional funding that they could move to another line item. Okay.
And I always do, when I bring the proposed budget back to y'all in September, I do a summary sheet that I add to the agenda to show you everything that's changed since this meeting and what's actual in the proposed budget in September.
Yeah, that's good. And I don't think we want to overreact to that, given some good news legislation this year when it comes to certain things that I know we all do believe in. But, you know, we need to just be proactive in how we plan for these things.
Any other questions on community relations? All right, move on to CDBG, which is on page 248. This budget is set to go down about $140,000, and it's all because of less funding from the grant. And one of the reasons we had to pick up more salary, and this general fund will have to pick up some salary as well. The transfers is going to be about 75, a little over 75,000 if we spend the entire budget to cover the expenses for the budget.
What page did you say?
On page 248.
So the federal grants are staying about the same.
What did you say?
The federal grants are staying about the same?
From last year?
Yeah.
Difference, years before, wow.
Yeah.
They had some carry.
Well, I am optimistic about efficiencies in this organization coming, so
They had some
Looking
carry
forward.
forward last year that they used for their budget.
CDBG now is citywide, right?
For just the city, yeah.
It's for the city, it's not just in
I'm not sure
Goldsboro,
about that.
Georgetown?
Citywide, yeah.
Ah, I can talk about it now, Carrie. No, 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 no.
Anything else on CDBG?
right.
And
Move
on
on.
to,
City attorney, page 98.
okay,
This budget is going up about $83,000.
Good.
okay, when we contracted that with them, it was at a flat rate plus other stuff.
Correct.
It's the other stuff that is getting us. this.
So is there a flat rate changing?
No.
No, it's the other stuff that's,
Well, we seem to give her plenty of other stuff.
Yeah, like, why do they have travel and per diem? Isn't everything like billable hours even when they go to the conferences and stuff?
Yet they don't have travel and per diem. Stenstrom did have travel and per diem in their contract.
Oh,
DSK does not.
okay.
Apparently, we were underpaying our previous.
Well, yeah, I mean, our budget is still less than our 25 actual.
Well,
So when did she start?
Okay.
About a year ago.
About a year
Yeah, A
ago.
little over a
Yeah.
year, yeah.
I think it was May, was a year.
Yep. Okay,
All right. Move on to city clerk.
Yeah, cute.
That is on page 102.
Here I come scratching up.
This budget is going up about $2,000, about $9,500 in personnel costs, and a decrease of $7,300 in operational costs.
This isn't on budget necessarily, but is there a reason we don't have KPIs for 24, 25? Maybe they're just not ready yet.
Yeah, I have a few that I want to take off and a few that I want to add.
Okay. They'll be in the next version, right, Tracy?
Yes, they will.
Thank you.
HR?
No, they're going down a lot in other charges and obligations. Y'all don't need that money. I'm trying to look out for you, Tracy.
Yeah.
Why did it go down? I mean, that's more than 10K.
I gave her a green check mark for that one.
Legal ads were moved to, planning department. They're doing their own now. City clerk used to do them for them.
That goes in the newspaper, that legal ad stuff? Okay. Ooh,
HR?
HR, page 107. This budget is set to go up about $45,000, all in personnel costs, a little over about 46, and a decrease of about $1,000 in operations.
This department is heavy in salaries for 6 employees. And then with the benefits, we're almost at $1 million. For 6. Okay.
I also have a question here on objectives, if I may. We are we're tracking metrics for various phases in the hiring process, but I don't see a metric for days to actually fill a position, which I would like to see.
Explain that again, Claudia.
So if you look on page 105, you've got, for example, 2-day average for number of days from posting closing to applicant referrals to department, 2-day average workers' comp. What I'm not seeing there is how long does it take to actually fill a position? 3-day average for final approval on position rec to job posting. So that probably makes sense to Sharon. I don't know if she's in the room.
No, you're going to come down to a mic.
Hold on, she's coming to yell at you.
I hear the pitter patter of little Sharon footsteps.
The objectives, as I understand it, are things that we can control, and we can only control the objectives listed in the book. For example, we can control how long it takes us to post a job, and we can control how quickly we can get the information or to the department once the job closes. But then we're just kind of sometimes left hanging, waiting on the department. It is a good thing to track. But
Okay.
the reason
makes
it's not
sense.
in the book is because it's not an objective that we can control. But I
Okay.
do agree with tracking it.
Yeah, fair enough. So maybe with some kind of a caveat and it might be a useful metric, Sharon, for you to say, this is the average time to fill positions, and in one particular year, it's really gotten long, but it's because of that, it's out of HR now and into the departments, and maybe we isolate which departments are taking longer and improve some efficiencies there.
And we have that data. We have easy access.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. Thanks, Sharon.
So we can just say it's Jerry's fault.
No. Jerry's very good.
Oh, I didn't know he was here.
Sharon, who's the human resource manager?
That is Katrina Jackson.
Katrina. Okay, and then who's I'm sorry, I pride myself
I'll
on
just
knowing
stay here.
people, and I don't know HR like
Yeah,
that.
we have new people, so you
Okay, and who's our human resource analyst?
that is Yadira Bahina. She is a new
Nadira.
person.
Okay, Dixie's still there?
No, Dixie is currently at the fire department as their
Oh, Dix,
administrative
okay.
assistant. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
she's
why we
been there
have
a
new
while.
people.
Okay, and I think I know the rest. Okay, thank you. Is she at the new fire station?
No, she's at the headquarters.
Really? Oh, I love her.
Okay, we've gone from 4,900 to 13,000 in other contractual services. Again, that's actual going to budgeted, but anything unusual there?
Nothing, unusual. SEL fingerprints is 3,700 of it. That was, an increase, over actuals, since we didn't have any actuals in '25. 4,800 for the state of Florida driver's license check was only 1,100 in '25. And it's because they are going to start checking all employees, which they had not done in the past. And those were the two biggest.
Okay, so those are costs we can't control.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on HR?
Mm-mm.
Okay, finance?
Yes, page 114 is the accounting division of finance. That's going up 77,620, 86,000 in personnel, and a decrease in operations of about 8,800.
Cindy, I tell you, I be looking for finance. Y'all are just the perfect example of how you trim the fat. I never am able to question you about anything. Looks good.
But we could give somebody a little coaching on ITS versus IT apostrophe S. Sorry, I have to do that once at least.
Claudia.
Where was that at?
Can we cut her mic?
Mission statement. Sorry.
Okay. On to IT?
Yes, IT budget is actually going up 190,000. It is 88,000 in personnel and 101 in operations. We do have two new pieces of software that is driving that. One's the timekeeping system and one's a new budgeting software system.
Oh, speaking of budgeting software, which reminds me, we did move off of finance accounting. We're going to talk about the budget manager later, right?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, because I do want to talk about that, so we'll do that later.
1, 2, 3.
We are in the midst of implementing both of those pieces of software right now. And then the new budgeting software will make us in compliance with the new state statutes that makes the budgeting document user-friendly, where they can manipulate it and do graphs or whatever they want to do with it.
Cindy, are
Yep,
all
gotta do that.
10 of these employees at City Hall?
What was that?
Are all 10 of these employees at City Hall?
IT?
Yeah. They don't work remote?
Mm-mm.
I don't recall 10 people. I got to go back around and meet people.
A lot of them sit in their little desks or on the computer doing their job all day long.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do talk to them over for the help desk tickets, but
Yeah, you probably talked to the help desk guy.
Rumor has it they hide when the door's open.
They scurry like little rats.
Hopefully they're doing their job.
yes,
that
they
they're
are. They are always there when I need them. I appreciate IT because I'm a mess.
Yeah, they've been a big help for me lately.
doing. Any other questions on IT?
Mm-mm.
All right, on to purchasing. This budget is going up $3,800. It's all in personnel costs with a slight increase of $27 in operations.
And what?
$27.
$27.
Okay. $40.
Yeah, the only thing I was looking at there was that same, okay, they're again budgeting a higher amount for conferences and seminars and probably didn't spend it all in prior years.
And
Can we,
they were spoken to just as well as all the other departments too.
can we go back to the
Yep.
KPIs?
KPIs
or
for
finance?
finance, sure.
Okay, so on purchase orders,
Mhm.
so we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
So it's 27 days and then 21 days and expected this year 16 days. But that just still seems like a long time to process a purchase order. Is that just what it really takes, or is there something we can do to?
We
improve that?
have implemented a new checklist, a requisition checklist for the department, so hopefully we don't have to return as many for errors. We just implemented that about 3 or 4 months ago, so we don't know the results of that. We're hoping that helps with the days. But otherwise, I think we're at our limit on what we can do to help the system.
So, like the 16 days, that's not necessarily 16 days that it's in the hands of purchasing. Is that 16 days that it's going back and forth?
No, that is in the hands of purchasing. If
Okay.
it's going back and forth, it's longer.
Okay.
With, I believe, going back and forth, it can go up to 30 days. Is what the average is.
Okay. That just still seems like a bit.
30
Over-
days is the average?
Over 2 weeks seems a long time to wait to be able to get something.
Absolutely.
And do you have any prioritization process?
No, we usually do first come, first serve on the purchase orders, unless we're notified by the department that it's an emergency, and then we bump them up.
Okay. All right.
Well, it has gone from 27 to 21, and the goal is now 16, so
We are actually
progress.
second quarter at 13 days, but I don't know if that will be the average for the year.
Okay. All right.
do we have any, go ahead, Mayor.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Do we have any information on why the customer satisfaction at the help desk was 96%? Dropped 3 percentage points. I mean, 96% is still great. It's just,
That was from years ago.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so what year was that, 96?
It says
24, 25.
24, 25.
Okay, so 24, 25, we had the Windows Microsoft migration. So there was any migration you go through. has got
Oh,
some
enough said.
issues. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
The voice above us. Yes, Father.
Okay. Anything else on purchasing? Or
We're good?
Okay, yep. What's next?
Okay, we're on to planning. I believe page 127, yes, 127. Their budget is going up $94,000 or $93,500. The increase is about $76,800 in personnel with a $17,000 increase in operating. And if you remember earlier, we talked about the legal ads being transferred to planning, so that's a majority of their increase.
Are we doing legal ads through the newspaper, or are we going to whatever the state said we could start doing?
We're using other sources.
We still use the Herald.
It's not what I was told.
We still use the Herald?
Yes, sir.
I thought we were using somebody else recently.
For mine, I use the Herald.
I'm sorry? I thought
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 pages of the Herald is always all that.
Lindsay told me something different, I thought.
We have an option for something different, though, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Because I thought there was a conversation about the Herald's publishing schedule made
Yes.
things very difficult for us.
The Herald is down to one publication a week,
Yeah.
which has required us to bump up our ad delivery to the Herald even further back from when hearings are held. which makes our timing to schedule people's hearings further back. So it does cause a little bit of a change. Usually we know ahead of time when to run the ads. We're just running the ads before staff reports and stuff are done. So on occasion, there's that overlap when an applicant needs to be delayed because their ad already ran and they have to be continued. But other than that, there were options discussed with Mr. Groot when he was here, but nothing ever came of it. Options of what we might be able to do, run ads on our own website, however that can be managed, we were never given any further detail. So we just continued to ensure that we met state statutes with all of our advertisements with a paper of local circulation of so many, so many papers, so many this. But we do meet requirements. As you know, the back of the Herald, the last several pages are always advertisements. Some of them are ours, some of them are other cities in the vicinity.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
The Herald is about a third of what the Sentinel is. So we have had to use the Sentinel once or twice on an ad that came up later than the Herald's deadline. The Sentinel can do them usually in about 48 to 72 hours, whereas the Herald, we're looking at about a 10-day lead time. So,
But you will pay for it.
what?
You will pay for it.
Yeah, the Sentinel is about 3 times the cost.
Okay.
So if there are other options, we could explore them. It's just, we had started some discussions with Mr. Groot, and then it never really went anywhere, and so we just continue with what we're doing.
Okay, we can continue those with Lindsay. Okay. Let's look into what the other options are.
I think there's papers in Daytona, Jacksonville, Melbourne.
But we have managed to reduce some of the costs because we've been incorporating all of the clerk's ads for anything that's planning related. It used to be we ran our ads, they ran theirs because the agendas were different. We're just trying to coordinate in a manner that we can incorporate theirs into ours, so it's a lot less lines run because all the same information about the property, and then we just list all the different meetings. So we're running our ads and we're running the clerk's ads for stuff that wasn't being run by planning before. It's financially a little better, but it's also a lot more timing. There's a lot more work on our end to make sure that all the timing meets.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate that.
So,
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
I'm going to have some comments on the development services KPIs when we get to that.
All right, do you want to go through the other 2 divisions first?
Sure.
Okay, move on to code enforcement, which is page 130. This budget is set to go up about 15,000. 27,000 of it is in personnel with a decrease of about 13,000 in operational costs.
Tell me about demolition. Other contractual services.
Mr. Raimondo's coming to the mic.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioner, are you speaking about the reduction?
Yeah, it went from, well, we had nothing until 25,000 there, up to 80 and down to 40.
Yeah, that is my fault. Essentially what happened was we had placed our emphasis on moving towards foreclosure. I did not like we previously had a KPI that outlined how many buildings we were going to demolish in the city per year. I did not care for that, saying I wanted to do it on an as-needed basis, not that we were going to go out and find 7 houses to demolish. I wanted there to be a delineation there. And so my energy waned. Okay. As we moved forward, Miss Lindsay, she looked at that, we addressed it, and at least for this year, agreed to look for places we could cut the fat. And that was one of the areas. However, having said that, what I would tell you is that we have now returned to a more proactive approach to condemnation and demolition, which I think you'll see in the next meeting. As a matter of fact, we have some agendized items that need to be talked about with respect to condemnation. So we are
a long overdue one.
There is a long overdue one. I
Okay, so it's not unusual for these numbers to change significantly, and it sounds like you're on the right path here to doing what's appropriate.
Yeah, I believe it's a responsible thing to do, is someplace where we could meaningfully give back to the budget and not significantly interrupt operations.
Okay. Appreciate that, Tony.
Anything
Any
else
other-
on code enforcement?
All right, move on to business tax receipts. This is page 132 of your budget book. This is actually going up $126,000, 55,000 in personnel costs, with a 71,000 increase in operating costs, and it's all due to credit card fees.
Because of what?
Credit card fees, processing fees. They were not charged appropriately to the division in the past, so there was a correction made.
Are we charging the person using the credit card?
No, currently we do not.
Why not?
In the past, utilities did not want to charge a fee because they were afraid it would increase foot traffic. They already have a lot of foot traffic. That is actually something that we're possibly looking at. It does have consequences, so I'm not sure that we will do it. We are going to have that as a topic of discussion at our next executive management meeting.
What are the consequences?
Under the new state statutes that just passed, if you only accept credit card fees, which some of our services do, you have to give a cash option, and some departments don't have a cash option. So if we start charging for credit card fees, they're going to have to enact a cash option. So that would be the consequences right now. Utilities, building already have credit card fees built into their costs because it's part of an enterprise fund. The general fund is the only portion that does not have credit card fees built into costs.
Well, then maybe we shouldn't accept credit cards.
Under the new state statutes, we're not allowed to refuse credit cards.
Fantastic. That's a considerable cost that we're taking on.
Mm-hmm.
Can we charge an administrative fee?
It could be considered a credit card fee, yeah.
Okay.
So we have a catch-22 there, but we'll discuss it further to see where we can go with that.
I'm sure Craig will have plenty of great options for you. I'm just trying to make sure you're awake.
Any questions on business tax receipts?
Is this part of, isn't this being affected coming soon as well?
It was one of the bills that was up for, but it did not pass.
It
I
escaped this
imagine it
year.
will come back next year.
I'm afraid this is something we're gonna have to face here.
Yes.
And that, I guess that's a catch-22, right?
Ready to move on?
And Commissioner Thomas had questions on KPIs, I believe.
Commissioner Thomas?
We might have lost her.
Okay, no, I was shifting to some other documents. Yeah, the positive first. I see that we have improved the from 3 to 2. That
I think we might have lost you again, Commissioner Thomas.
okay, sorry, I accidentally hit the mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, last thing we heard was improved from 3 to 2.
Okay, yes. So there are some good positive changes in our metrics here when it comes to average turnaround time. There is one that was curious to me. The very first one, average time development applications processed. The actuals were 38 days. Our expected is now 40. So are we thinking it's more safely conservative to say 40 days instead of giving us a more aggressive goal to decrease that time? Hopefully that's enough time asking my question for pitter patter of footsteps to come back up there. And while you're coming in pitter pattering, I would like to think that some of this is because we have brought on a new ombudsperson in this process and that is making a difference. And I really, really, really hope that based on some conversations I've had, the really good ideas that have come from Amy are being listened to and applied as much as possible. Okay, so Eileen, take it away.
Okay, so the 40 days versus 38 days is mostly just a trend we're seeing with the applicants not properly replying to, I feel weird because I don't have you to look at.
I'm hovering over you.
We're finding a trend in the applicants not responding appropriately to comments, and that's taking our review times longer because they're not responding in the manner that they're supposed to be. It's not necessarily a conservative, it's just the trend that we're seeing.
Okay.
So overall, it's about the same. It's just sometimes working with the applicants and getting their response times back and them replying to the comments that have been asked of them is taking longer.
Okay.
So your 40 days includes the other side's time?
No, this is basically us, but we're having to review twice as much because they're not responding to what we're asking them to, and we're having to re-review everything because they're not answering it. Our comments are going out 2 and 3 times the same comments. Right, repeatedly. Right, repeatedly we are reviewing the same thing, and if it were just reviewing this saying, oh, they met it, check, they met it, check, but instead we have to go back through and rewrite comments and so it is just taking longer to do the same review.
Okay. But again, I trust that we are getting some good suggestions. They are being listened to, and that we are still trying really, really hard to be open for business.
Oh, we're making every effort to try and have the applications go through.
All right. Well, let's keep those positive metrics coming because I did see some good ones here. Thank you, Eileen, from hovering above you.
I'm going to have nightmares.
All right, and we did skip, I forgot, building inspection funds, and they are on page 258 and 259. This is for the building permit portion. These two budgets together are going down $283,000, mainly because last year we had capital asset purchases of $245,000. There is an increase of salaries of about 71 and a decrease in operational costs of about 94, and that's because the credit card fees used to be charged to them. That belongs to budget tax receipts. Business tax receipts.
All right.
Any
Ready to move
questions?
on?
Okay. Police department. They have 4 divisions, and they start on page 143 with administration. I'm going to tell you the overall because their budgets, their people move around quite a bit. So the overall over all 4 divisions, the salaries are going up 1.3, and there's a decrease in operations of 103,000. So now for the individual, page 143 administration, increase in personnel of 152,000 and an increase in operations of about 56,000.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question now because it's when I first noticed it, because the police department's such a big department. Medical insurance increase is about 14%. Is that correct?
Overall, I'm not sure I looked at the overall, the medical insurance increase citywide is about $1 million, yeah.
And so what,
It's a bigger difference in other departments.
yeah, it always, because it's, always seems to vary from department to department what the percentage looks like.
It depends on who
Yeah.
opts in and opts out, and et cetera.
Hmm.
Let me look and see what the total percentage wise was.
Is that under component?
Yeah, the internal service fund. The health insurance budget is on page 294.
Actually, I brought last year's book. When I'm looking at repair and maintenance services, I'm wondering if our budget in prior years was closer to that 300,000 it is now for 26. We spent 147, then 181,000, then 155, and now it's 305 budgeted for this year.
Which budget are you speaking about?
Under repair and maintenance services,
On what page?
police administration 143.
I think the mayor had skipped to the health insurance budget really quick.
Yeah, go ahead and, where are you, Cindy?
Oh, okay, you're still on health
Oh,
insurance.
okay, because I just calculated 7%
Right,
on health insurance.
okay, let me check.
So the police going up 14% seems odd.
Their people move around quite a bit, so they go from one division to another, so,
Well, I'm looking at the combined though.
oh, combined.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know the police department keeps rearranging every year, so we
Right.
can't track what really happens in their budget.
Then it had to be people opting in versus out, because people can opt in or out of the health insurance.
Okay.
That's probably what caused that then.
Okay, so how, and coming up with a number, how are you getting that number?
We charge per person, a monthly rate.
Okay, but then you have to know who's opting in and opting out?
Yeah, we do it at a specific time. Whoever's in, they get a health insurance budget, and then that's it. We cut it off. So it can change, like personnel costs can change every day. So if somebody opts out, it wouldn't meet the budget. If they opt back in, the budget could exceed the actuals could exceed the budget, et cetera.
So on some day, you go and look and see how many of the employees in the police department are in the insurance
Correct.
plan.
Yeah.
And then multiply that number by the monthly cost,
The
and that's
yearly.
where this number comes from.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask a question that's not about budget, but about the accomplishments? How is it that they can do 4,999 community outreach events? That's like 13 events, 7 days a week. That doesn't make sense
Where
to
are
me.
you?
144.
I'm glad you asked that question.
Chief Smith is on his way to the podium.
Well, I know the answer. but
Mayor,
I'll let the chief
Commissioners.
answer it.
One of the things that we do is each of our officers are required from years ago to do what's called walk and talks. So anytime the officer is making contact with a business, anytime the officers are interacting with the community, all of those events are tracked through our system. So anytime they're out meeting with people, holding conversations, playing basketball, doing pizzas, whether we're at events that are sponsored by the city or events that are sponsored, but we do a lot of stuff outside of our vehicles.
So I appreciate the police, but don't you think that's a little stretch to say just to say, okay, I chatted with a student, I shot a ball, that's an event?
Well, the thing we wanted to do is look at what their obligated and their unobligated time, and our goal is to make sure that all of their 12 hours are obligated. So this way it gives us an opportunity to see what they're actually doing during the course of their shifts.
So that's is
I
that
think it's the word event.
yeah, because it's
You're-
saying that's
you're
an
reading it
accomplishment outreach events, and, no, I'm reading what it says there.
I know, but I think it's how you interpret the word event. Like I just spoke, that was an event.
Right, so that shouldn't be used then, because that's not how I interpret it. Event is an event. It's
Right, so again, your
how I
interpretation is,
interpret it. It's event.
our goal is to make sure that we have an opportunity to identify what our officers are doing. And in order for us to do that is we track what they're doing, when they're out of their vehicles, how they're interacting and spending time with people in the community, so that when something does occur, we can go back in that community and actually identify the fact that we did spend time with those individuals. What that also does for us is that it makes sure that our officers aren't just sitting someplace multiple hours doing absolutely nothing.
And
What if
that's
we
great.
called it something like touch points instead of events?
Or community relations opportunities. I'm just saying, if I'm championing the city SPD, and I'm talking about how great they are, and I'm like, and we do 5,000 events. That's like, are you serious, Commissioner?
I will tell you this, Commissioner, we are out doing things just about every single day. Our community relations folks are out talking to people in the community. That's a contact and or event. We are at events multiple times on some Saturdays and Sundays where our guys are at multiple events at the same time, where they're using and utilizing our trailers. So if those officers are out, Commissioner Wiggins is a testimony to this, we may have 3 events that are taking place on the same day. Where officers are out playing basketball, we're doing hot dogs, we got the trailers out doing stuff. So all of those things are how we look at how we are connecting with the community.
Chief, again, and, okay, we all live in Sanford, and we all see, I mean, I'm a street away from Goldsboro. It's not that I don't see our police out there doing it. I'm just saying, event just sounds like a lot. That's it. I'm not taking away from what our police are doing. I'm pretty sure that they are doing 5,000 opportunities to do some community relations. But when you use the word events, I'm thinking of there being an event where people are coming, or where there are more than 5 or 6 people. An event is an event.
If I may, it's tracking. Each one of those encounters that the officers have with the citizens are tracked by an event number.
Encounters is a better word.
So it's just the verbiage.
Okay.
Those are tracked by event numbers.
And that's all right.
Especially then.
Okay. Because we're commissioners, and we have people in our district that go through this just like we do. And if I'm saying we have 5,000 events, it just looked like a lot. It's not chastising anybody. It just looked like a lot to say, yeah, well, that's an average of 13 events a day, 7 days a week. That's all. Thank y'all for everything you do. God, dog.
Commissioner Thomas, did you have a question that we never got to?
Nope.
Okay. Then on to,
Police patrol, page 1. Do you want to look at each division, or was the total okay with everyone?
does anybody have any questions in any of the police?
I don't. I
Because
mean,
the
their
police-
numbers are good.
The police totals on page 140, if you want to glance at that really quick.
Their insurance went down a heck of a lot on 145. I don't know if that's a good thing, or if 2026 budget was extremely big, from 130 now down to 62, but the year prior was 51. So we more than almost like,
For the auto insurance.
yeah. So, I mean, did we take on more liability? Was there more issues that
Auto
happened?
insurance is spread by the number of and value of vehicles each department and division has. So it depends on how much their vehicles increase or decrease compared to other departments' vehicles. So it can switch.
Okay, so that confused me even more. So if we in 2026, 130,000, then we went down to 62. Did we lose more
Vehicles, they did used to lease vehicles, yes, but
Okay.
that's probably not the control there. It's that probably utilities, increased the cost of their vehicles, that they probably got the majority of the auto insurance this year versus the general fund.
Okay.
Or vice versa. It can happen vice versa, depending on the, way the vehicles are, sold and purchased.
Okay. It's not a bad thing because we're going down in 2027, but that's you see what I'm saying? There, okay.
It's just an allocation based on the value of the vehicles they have in their possession.
Okay.
And look at the money we're saving in travel and per diem and rentals and leases and publications, and unless those numbers just aren't available.
All right, anything else on police?
Okay, police
Great.
department does have, 3 special revenue funds, it's actually 5. First one's on page 249. And it is the second dollar fund, and this is the money they get off the, traffic tickets for training purposes. This budget is an increase in $2,544, and it's basically they're gonna use reserves to help pay for some of their training. Any questions on that budget? I'm sorry, I was gonna go really fast, and then I stopped myself.
Where are we at?
Page 249, second dollar fund.
Okay, we skipped. Yeah, okay. Got you.
Did you have questions on the other division?
It's all right, because we were at strategic services, and then we moved on, but it's okay, we're done with police there. We're fine.
Any questions on second dollar?
No.
And then
No, and
250.
law enforcement trust fund is also related to the police department.
Yeah, the 250 to 252, they, if you look at our
Yeah.
financials, these three, combine to one fund on our financials. But they are 3 different, law enforcement trust funds, and together they're, increasing $6,500, and it's just a, increase mainly in revenue estimates. They're not really planning to use those currently. And then on page 257 is their impact fee fund, and it's increasing estimates of $2,000. And currently they're not planning on using any of those funds for 27.
Not planning on using any of it, so there's potential there for use elsewhere. Well, not necessarily elsewhere, but
Yeah, it's impact fee funds, because they can only use it for expansion or new things.
right. Okay.
So we'll move on to the fire department, administration on page 157. This budget is currently set to go down about $54,000. It's a decrease, in salaries of 47, and a decrease in operations of 7,000.
Hey, Patrick, you'll be happy to hear this. This is as far as I got in the book, so I won't ask questions here.
I'm used to it, but I'm not.
She can see us, right?
Oh, can she?
Any questions on administration?
Did you fall asleep at this point?
Yeah.
So the extra money that the fire department saved in their budget this year can't be used for the logistics coordinator position? They don't get a refund, Ronnie?
Move on to operations on page 159. This budget is going up
There's where the savings went. Right?
Oh, okay.
going up almost $3 million, increase in salaries of 1.2, increase in operations of 25,000, mainly due to new station costs.
Yeah, that's what happens when you open a new station.
But
They're
we're not fully
operating.
staffed yet, right? Oh, we are?
For
Nice.
budget-wise, they are at least.
we wisely started hiring 2 years ago. Yeah.
Well, okay, guys, I was making an argument that we're not done at that station, but okay. Yeah, you caught on, thank you.
All right, on to prevention on page 161.
Well, I'm not,
Oh, you have questions?
yeah. So, item line number 52 on page 159. So,
Administration,
huh?
on in administration.
Yeah, because at first I was kind of
Oh,
like saying, oh, okay, I get it because that's gas and diesel, but that's a different line item. So the operating supplies have increased by 130,000, and in the words of Deputy Chief Perkins, if I may, that's a lot.
That's because they have a new fire station.
Well, I still don't understand it though. Like the new fire station, that's an additional $130,000 for operating supplies?
Yes, they have to buy protective equipment
And
for
buy
their
Oh, so that
employees,
equipment is included in
medical
operating.
supplies, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the initial stocking.
No, I get it, because for some reason in my mind, I'm thinking like office supplies, which is right above it, 5152. So when you're saying operating supplies, I'm like, that's a lot, you know, but I get it, I see it. Thank you for the clarification,
No problem.
if I may.
Any more questions on operations?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so we move on to prevention. Fire prevention's budget went up 33,356. Salaries, 37,000 of that, a decrease in operations of about $4,000. Any questions on fire prevention? Fire department does have one special revenue fund, that's on page 256, it's the fire impact fees. Currently it's going down 641,000, and that's mainly because in 26, they budgeted use of reserve, and they are not doing that
Wait,
for 27.
so in fire prevention, their operating supplies is going up $4,500. Is that because they have a new?
Fire prevention.
Well, there's 4,000 we can put towards the, which is.
Yeah, exactly.
So when because little things like this add up, like 2,000 here, 2,000 whatever. How do we catch these things?
It's in the wrong account, they're moved up, this happened in the fleet, it's the reason you have it on you.
Okay.
The operating liability, the operating liabilities in the auto account, so all of them need to be moved up one account, so they're all.
Okay. And it's not a problem with the fire department. I want them to have everything they need, but like when things don't make sense, like in 2026, it's like 9,000, then we shoot down, you know, to 7, then all the way down to 2,000, and then back up to 6,000. That's why I was asking the questions, like what's what.
Yeah,
so now they're back down to 2,000. They don't need the operating supplies that they needed in 24 and 25.
Yeah,
especially
it
since
should be, it should be 2,000 there, and then the operating liability should be the 6,500. And the auto life, let me see, no, I take that back, no, they're fine, that's just a keying error then. That's not the same issue, no. I'm not sure, let me look at the budget book and see if we added something in.
Okay.
Sometimes we make changes after the fact.
Are we gonna take a break?
It's only been 2 hours. We usually do like 3 or 4 at night. I gotta pee. Okay.
I had needed sugar.
Okay, we'll take a break after this.
Yeah, no, that's just straight keying error.
Okay.
Hey Cindy, on the fire impact fees,
Mhm.
back to page 256. So I'm presuming that the land in 23 of 178,000 and the 815 in 26, those are both the new fire building, the new fire station?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the new budgeting software will help with this, those kind of mistakes too. There's no more manual entry on our part. Okay, any more questions on fire department?
So summarize what we have now on that, the corrections.
It's 2,000 instead of 6,500.
Okay, so that's the only correction there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It was, I thought it was the same type of error the fleet department had, but it was not.
Okay. All right, so 5-minute break, which means we'll come back in 10 minutes? Because I know how y'all are.
I had my soda, I'm good. Jerry, can I see you?
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
I'm gonna hold you long, you probably. Are they? Okay.
Forewarning.
Okay, and we're back,
We are, yes, sir.
okay? And I think we're on Public Works.
Actually, I needed to back up to fire. That 6,500 is not a mistake for fire. That is the correct amount. They did budget $4,500 this year of their false alarm fees, and that's where the $4,500 is sitting. Their false alarm amount in the general ledger is a different fund, but it's not really a different fund. It's general revenue fund, so that was the only way I could show it in the budget, is that's where the money was. So they did budget $4,500 of their false alarm fees for alarm replacement for, yeah.
Okay. So,
So the 4 plus the 2 is the 6,500.
Correct, yeah. Okay, so Public Works on page 167, 168. It's in administration. This budget is set to go up $37,000, all of which is salaries with a small increase of $114 in operations.
Can you tell me about this fiscal specialist that's authorized and unfunded?
They used to have a fiscal specialist. They recategorized that to administration, different administration positions, and that position just was never unfunded. Now that the administrative coordinator and the administrative manager, I believe, have taken on those duties.
Okay.
where, for the administrative services manager and the public works manager, where's the rest of their funding coming from?
Utilities, stormwater.
Okay.
And some of them may be in like, I'd have to look up exactly, but they could be in another division as well.
Anything else on administration?
All right,
Okay.
move on to health. Health is on page 170. This budget is actually going down about 7,700. It's an increase in salaries of 142, and a decrease in operations of $7,800.
How do we have salaries in there?
Yeah.
It's overtime when they do the work.
Okay.
They charge the overtime there.
And how do they have travel and per diem?
For training.
Hmm.
But I thought all of it was done through Seminole County.
They do have somebody that does spraying. I still can't hear you.
Mosquito
Mosquito
license.
license.
Mosquito license, yeah, training.
Okay.
And so they stuff, their operating supplies, boy, operating supplies is really bothering me this year. Their operating supplies,
It's chemicals.
chemicals.
They do some mosquito spraying too. I think the contract is only for midges, correct? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, why did we decrease? Because the midges did not decrease this year.
I think there's a new contract.
Okay.
You were up here with me in Canada, it would be June bugs.
Ready to go to fleet maintenance?
What was that?
Fleet maintenance?
Fleet maintenance, and that's
And this
when
is-
you have new pages on your dais for.
Mhm.
These are the ones that all the amounts were switched by one account number. So fleet budget is going up $65,000. 67,000 of that is in salaries with a decrease in operations of $1,900.
And the supplies actually went up from 31 to 43,000 in 27. So I'm going without.
What?
I think she said she's going to bed.
Okay.
That's true. It sounded like she was ordering something.
All right, any questions on fleet?
Give me 1 second. I'm good, sir.
All right, move on to facilities, which is on page 174. This budget is going up 52,000. Salaries is 26,000 of that. Operations is 25,000 of that
27,000 increase?
for salaries. Yeah, salaries and benefits. When I say salaries, I apologize. I should have said that.
We got 9 people. 27K?
Okay, anything on facilities?
All right, move on. I'm sorry.
Going to streets?
On to streets. Streets is on page 176. This budget is increasing $100,000. Salaries is 137 of that, and an operational decrease of 37,000.
Any questions on the streets?
No, but can we go back to facilities maintenance really quickly? Because we didn't talk about it in the commission part, and I know we've kind of mumbled over it, but the painting of the chamber, I know facilities maintenance is usually the one that does it. Have we narrowed down if we're going to paint this chamber at all and what budget that's coming out of? I don't remember.
We got an email with a dollar amount.
17,000.
Yeah, and I've personally backed away from that, given everything that's going on this year.
Ain't no way it costs $17,000 to paint no chamber. Is it
Yeah.
lined with gold?
Silver.
What,
No,
did we send it out
was
to
it
bid
17 or
anything?
7? We got what? You have?
I have.
Okay. Do you remember how much? Oh, okay. Oh, it's 7.
4,500 to 7,000.
7. Okay, not 17.
Okay,
I had one of the numbers right.
so we can't paint, our facilities maintenance guys can't paint the chamber? Didn't they paint it before? Brent, didn't, God, I can't think of his name, he's right behind you. Didn't y'all paint it before? I swear I seen y'all in here painting it. Okay. Who painted the chamber this color before? Yeah, I know y'all paint, because y'all all paint this same color all throughout City Hall. Who paints City Hall? Okay, so when we put up all of these little faux walls, I know it be our city employees. Okay, so y'all paint those walls. Okay, so could we not paint the chamber, Mr. Johnson? I will volunteer to paint it myself. I have the credentials. I'm just saying, can we, how long does it take to
So, I mean, if we're gonna have it painted, I would say, rather than pulling our facilities guys from other jobs, you're going to have a paint contractor come in and do it. And so I'm assuming that's what the 4,500 to 7,000 is. Okay. So the question is, do we want to spend $4,500 to $7,000 to paint it?
I can find
And have that put in-
$4,500 from this budget.
Or have me and Sheena do it.
I'll paint it. But I'm saying I can find $4,500. We found like 2,000 just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're always saying no. We're always saying no.
Well, we said yes all the time. We'd be really in bad shape
We don't ever
financially.
say yes, to be honest, and I don't want to get into no bondage about it. I'm just saying, either let's just say, no, we cannot do it, period, and then let's take it off the table. But it is an eyesore to look at on YouTube, and it is also not flattering when it looks at our photos. And Commissioner Austin, your PAC said that it needs to be painted as well. They were the one that brought it to our attention.
Yeah, but they've been disbanded, so.
When did the PAC be this?
So we'll put that on the list of things to consider at the end when we get our list of what changes do we want to make.
Okay, and then just mentioning, it's been like a year and a half with that patch in the hallway. Can we get that cleaned up?
What patch in the hallway?
It's a patch it's a huge stain in the middle of the hallway as you walk down to the city manager's office.
But
It's
we're
a
getting
horrible eyesore. Why is it taking a year and a half to get that
Oh,
clean?
but aren't we getting ready to do
We're
something
getting
over
ready
there?
to redo.
Yeah.
Getting ready to redo what?
They're
We're
redoing
redoing the
the
upstairs.
second floor.
When we gonna do that?
I think it's this year, isn't it?
That's been being discussed. We are rethinking that because of some financial reasons.
Okay, so
But I don't want to redo the carpet twice.
we can't clean the carpet? We make things so hard here. Is it $7,000 to clean the stain?
Oh, I was actually coming up about the painting. We could, if it's the desire of commission, we could afford to do it out of our facilities budget this year, if that's the desire of commission.
If you can afford to do it, we'd like to see it.
Well, look at him trying to get brownie points.
Shut up.
That means less phone calls from a certain commissioner, right, Brent?
No, it does not. I wish, no.
It won't stop me. I promise you it won't. But I think it would be nice if we could do it, Mr. Johnson. I'm pretty sure the city of Sanford would appreciate it.
No, I'm not sure the entire city would appreciate it.
Well, you know what? If I said it was brown, you would say it was green. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Okay.
Whatever.
Thank you. Whatever.
I would appreciate it too.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Ugh.
Is there the consensus of the commission to see about having it painted?
Apparently so.
Sure.
What color?
Chartreuse.
I have no problem with bringing you samples of what we can, at the next meeting.
We already did the samples, come on.
I thought we already had a pick color.
Well,
pick.
then why are we asking about what color then?
Ask the voice from the heavens here. She has.
The voice from the heavens says, we did pick a color last time, but we thought it might still be a little too dark. And I thought your team there, Commissioner Austin, the experts, said they were going to bring up another color. Perhaps I was mistaken.
I thought y'all had chosen storm cloud or something, I don't know. All right.
Okay, so are we sending it back to PAC to pick the color?
Oh, dear God. Let's
Okay,
just,
Commissioner Brenton's going to pick the color. Let's move on.
All right, we'll move on to, Public Works does have, 4 special revenue funds and 2 enterprise funds. The first special revenue fund is the 9-cent fuel tax, and it's on page 264. That budget is increasing $25,000, mainly use of reserves. And it's, they do capital improvements out of that. And it looks like there is a misprint on the revenue, did not show up on the detail. But the budget is 625,000, not 103.
Yeah, it's got 625 on there.
Yeah, that is the budget, 625.
But it shows us all revenue.
Yeah, the revenue is where it's missing. And any questions on the 9-cent sales tax?
No, ma'am.
The next special revenue fund is on page 254. It is the local option gas tax fund. This budget is going up $48,720. It's just an increase in estimated revenue. Any questions on LOGT? The next ones are the 3rd and 4th gen sales tax on page 260 to 261. Together, these funds are decreasing $4.8 million.
Decreasing?
Yeah, just use of reserves. In 2026, they used $8.6 million in reserves for the 26 budget of the 3rd gen. There is no more revenue coming into the 3rd gen. In 27, they're estimating to use 1.4 of that reserve that is remaining.
I don't understand.
Wait, on 4th gen or 3rd gen?
3rd gen. That's where the decrease is coming from.
Okay.
Any questions on 3rd or 4th gen?
On 4th gen, did we just change the name of the line item from local option to 3rd gen between last year and this year?
Yeah, 3rd and 4th gen are the local option sales tax. They're all the same. They're interchangeable.
Okay.
We just tried to separate them by when they were approved and voted for.
Cindy, I think the point is on page 261, it says 3rd gen sales, and I think it should say 4th gen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
'Cause
yeah.
And last year it was just
Local option sales
option,
tax.
and this year it's 3rd,
Yeah,
but both of those were really 4th.
right. This is the 4th gen, yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, solid waste, on page 170, 180. This budget is set to go up $1 million. Right at $1 million. It's mainly, it's the hauler fees. Personnel costs are increasing, $12,000, and operational, other than hauling fees, is increasing $36,000, and the rest is all in hauler fees.
We've got 4 people in solid waste.
Solid waste, it has
4.
2.
It has 2? What am I looking at? It has Emily and her administrative assistant. It's only 2 in there?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The next enterprise fund is stormwater fund on page, let me double check, 185. This budget is increasing $3.7 million. $148,000 in salaries and benefits, about $60,000 in operations, and 3.5 increase in capital expenditures.
They're going up a lot in a lot of things. These lines are so tight.
And about $10,000 increase in debt service.
Other charges and obligations are going from 28 to 47,000. Is there something large that's happening, there? It is, 4,900. They're so close together.
Increase for there is landfill fees for Seminole County. Is the driving factor on that? It's $20,000.
For Seminole County?
The buildings, line 6,200,
The capital.
that 2 million,
The 20, in 26, the 2 million?
yeah,
Yeah, that's for the
Yeah.
new public works complex.
and that's already done, isn't it?
No, I don't even think they started as of yet.
Oh, that's a new building.
Yeah.
Cindy or Brent, are we cutting back on school tuition?
Tuition for the citywide.
No, because the year before they had 8,000, now it's 5,000. I believe that like the education portion is very important in sharpening our sword. I just want to make sure that we're still offering those kind of things. It was high for the last couple of years, and now we're cutting back on that. And maybe that's because we got to make some cutbacks. But
Yeah, they were trying to budget more in line with what they're actually doing.
okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on stormwater? Okay.
Okay, water and wastewater is their last enterprise fund. Overall, this budget is set to go down, including capital, $15 million, and it's all in capital. They do have an increase in salaries of $518,000. And basically, that's it, and the rest is all capital decreases.
Okay. There are other miscellaneous, item 90. We're going from nothing last year and the previous year, 79, now up to 187,000.
What page are you on, Commissioner?
180, 190, sorry,
Oh, there's the revenue
revenue.
on miscellaneous, which miscellaneous?
We're receiving that much revenue?
Of 187.
Uh-huh.
That's just estimates. Miscellaneous is hard to estimate because you never know. That's usually like reimbursements for items. It's just an estimate based on history.
So why don't we have anything for 2026? Is that because you can't estimate that, or?
We probably just decided not to estimate last year or this year for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, but in looking, we use formulas for estimations, and that's what the formula was telling us, and it looked like, based on what's happening this year, that it was reasonable.
Why do we have delinquent fees listed here twice?
What was that?
I'm so sorry. Why do we have delinquent fees listed here twice? Delinquent late fees listed, they're two separate items. Why is that there twice?
That's a good question. Look at their accounting structure. The first one's actually just miscellaneous revenues. It's mislabeled.
So we make about $500,000 in late fees?
Yeah.
Ooh. And Cindy, just one question. We have no FEMA reimbursements expected for 2027?
No.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on water, wastewater?
No, sir.
All right, last departments, recreation, parks and recreation. First item is one of their 4 general fund divisions, which is recreation. And I believe it's on page 214.
214.
Let me double check. No, it is not. It is actually on page 219. This budget is increasing $39,000. Salaries is about $14,000, and operations is about $25,000 of that.
Do we have a reason that rentals and leases are doubling from 26 to 27?
Summer camp busing is the main driver on that. The buses
Summer
they
camp
have are
bus.
not ADA compliant.
Ah. That's important.
So,
But for $75,000, we can buy them one.
well, that's where I was going, but, so we're paying an extra 5,000 so we can, I guess, rent a
Yeah.
ADA bus? Is that right?
It's actually 6,000 because they did have
Okay.
some decreases too.
So,
Take a long time to get that 75.
yeah. And about the time you were broke even, you'd have to buy a new
New
one.
one. Yeah. But they would use it a lot more than
Mhm.
what they currently are able to do.
Yeah, we could get a good deal on Lynx buses that aren't running anymore.
They don't have any.
You didn't get funnier wherever you are.
Darn.
Okay.
All right.
Anything left on 219, recreation?
No, I didn't know they had that many baseball games. Kudos, wow, 205 baseball games?
Okay, so special facilities?
Special facilities is on page 222. This budget is going up about 27,000. Salaries are about 162,000 of that, and operations decreased about 134,000 for a net of 27.
How many employees is that?
Special facilities has 30.5.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Parks and grounds?
Parks and Grounds is on page 225. This budget is going up $161,000. $152,000 of that is salaries, and operational increase of about $9,000.
Okay, I have a question about personnel in parks and grounds. I don't see. So, because we had talked about the urban forester, and I thought we were replacing the urban forester with a horticulturalist, but it appears we're replacing them with a parks and operations supervisor. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had the same question.
Wait, can somebody come up, please?
So, have we lost that expertise?
I just need to get you on the mic.
She was replaced with an internal candidate that has a very strong horticulturalist background, who has done that type of work. So having someone on staff that knew the facilities and knew the issues, if we're hiring someone to do tree work, then we hire a contractor for that.
Okay, so but what will the position be now?
The position is horticulturalist, but they are also a supervisor and running one of the teams that work in the horticultural areas with the plants and with the medians and the flower beds.
Okay, so.
She's got a very strong background. And
Right, I'm just wanting to make sure we don't lose that expertise and that it's being used.
We don't feel that we have.
Okay. All right. Is there any way we can name that position something different so we know that that's the person?
We can.
Hmm?
We can. We have to go through HR and we'll or risk management. We have to get the job specifications to them and see what titles would work with those specifications for their job.
Okay, because I know I had several people contact me about the position when they saw that person was retiring and wanting to make sure we had that position.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm okay that we hired, you picked, I don't have any question that you picked the right person. But 5 years from now, I would like for people in the city to know we have that position.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
That's my only concern. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on Parks and Grounds?
All right, move on to museum on page 227. This budget is going up about $7,500, 10,000 increase in salary and a decrease in operations of about 2,000.
Right, and here's where I'll take the opportunity to let y'all know that I am submitting a grant for the museum to the state. And as part of that grant, I have to write a letter saying that the governing board is aware of the grant and that we will follow all the rules of the grant. So I'm making the commission aware of that now so that I can honestly write that letter.
Sounds good to me. Acknowledged.
I don't remember it.
Right, so any questions on museum?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, Recreation Department does have two special revenue funds. The first is Recreation Impact Fees on page 255. This is increasing about $138,000, but there's no current use of those funds as of in the budget of 2027.
What page are we on? I'm sorry.
255.
But we have at least one project coming up that would allow us to use those.
Right, yes.
Yes, we may have a second.
And the second special revenue fund is the cemetery fund. It's on page 262. This is actually a decrease, and it's mainly doing revenue estimates of about $37,000. And I did, Commissioner Austin, back on my reserve presentation, you asked about the reserves in that fund, and I did make a mistake because I'd already taken out the assets. So they do have that 200,000 in reserve, and it's about, in 25, they made $73,000, no, 24. And in 25, they made $27,000 is the reason that reserve built back up a little bit. This year, it is going to be a loss, it looks like, for the cemetery fund, so they're heading back down. But just wanted you to get the correct information on that.
Thank you.
So Cindy, were you saying then the data on page 262 is correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What's next?
All right, the last thing we have is CIP. I don't know if anybody has any questions. It does start on page 312. As you know, the CIP is quite lengthy, but the summary is from page 312 to page 320, with the general fund being 312 through 315, and then all the other funds follow. I don't know if the commission has any questions on the capital program.
So it looks like to me we have a number of components here that are balanced. We have a deficit in public works of 26 million total for the next 5 years. And we have a deficit of, coincidentally, also 26 million in.
It's all in general fund. The deficit just follows to the bottom for totals.
Okay. So the big picture here is, like we've been saying, we don't have the money to fund all of our capital improvements in the next 5 years.
Correct, yeah.
That's what the public needs to know. And a big chunk of this, of course, is in places like utilities, in our wastewater treatment plants, our water treatment, our stormwater. We have all of these projects planned right down to the individual line item. But when you add them all up, we're in a hurt.
Well, I would say that if you go to any of our budgets, we would have that same 5-year deficit.
Okay.
I mean, there are some things on that have been on here probably almost as long as I've been on the commission, and they just keep getting moved to the next year.
Right, and that's why we have deteriorating capital.
Right.
That's really
Yeah.
really, really sad. Chief McNeil, what's a kubota? A cake? Yeah.
Vehicle like a, kind of like a golf cart, yeah.
Okay.
It's an EMS vehicle.
Okay.
Under, I think it was IT.
Neil, not McNeil, Neil.
What is Splunk? Cybersecurity tool, Splunk.
For 5,000?
So Splunk is it's an enterprise platform that looks at all the loggings of all the systems that we have, especially cybersecurity, and it consolidates all those loggings into one pane of glass. And Splunk, it helps us monitor those cybersecurity events and any of the data events that happen. It detects threats, it investigates the incident, and it will automatically respond. And so with AI in the picture now, it has astronomically gone up with the cybersecurity events. So Splunk is just a tool to help us out with that defense of the increase that we're seeing.
Okay. Thank you. And there's one other that I didn't understand what it was. Oh, wait. I've got another one for you. Cognos.
Okay, so Cognos is a reporting tool, and currently we are implementing it for our ERP system, and it helps us with analytics. So with Cognos, our vendor has a Cognos analytic tool for our work order system and asset management. So it's just a robust reporting tool that we can run analytics. It'll help with the KPIs and all that.
Okay, thank you.
I like Cognos.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Chief McNeil, Station 38 remodel.
I knew you were going to ask that question.
Do we really seriously consider we could just do a remodel there? I thought we needed a ground-up replacement.
Yeah, and does that address the mold issue?
How do we figure out how to move it up?
The mold has been taken care of. We've sprayed it. It's non-airborne. We got a company coming in to clean up areas, but we do need a full remodel. It was set just for an engine for years, back in 92, it was built, so it's just for an engine. We've done an engine rescue out of there, so it does need remodel. I don't know what we're gonna get into once we start tearing into it. So the $2.5 million is just a guess. We don't have anybody that's looked at anything, or no one that has officially came out and looked at it and gave us a hard price. But any remodel, you're going to run into more costs associated once they start tearing into it. Well, since I have you here, what's the 40 grand for? I can't see if that's, what is that? 32 remodel? What is that? A bathroom? No, that one is addition on the backside to get the gear lockers out of there. It's a cancer initiative to get the bunker gear lockers and all that out and move back to the backside of the So that's kind of urgent then.
All of them are kind of urgent, getting them remodeled up to it, but 38's the priority.
Okay.
I'd like to get individual bunk rooms and all that, so.
So then the 32 remodel for $500,000, what is that?
Just to move the gear lockers out for 32.
Am I looking at that right? So what is 40 grand then? That's 31?
That's
31.
31 floor.
For 31, we were going to do additional storage.
Okay.
Well, the 40 looks like it's for floor resurfacing.
Oh, now I see it. Okay, my bad. 31 bay floor resurfacing is only 40 grand. Okay.
Okay, so, but rather than setting 2.5 million in next year's budget, not knowing what it's really going to take,
we need
is there something
architect
we can
plans.
do
We need a
to
bunch
start
before you even do it.
looking into that?
We need architect plans and everything for that. So it's not going to happen in a year.
Okay, so
It's going to take me a year just for plans, everything else, and then probably a year and a half to.
So what were you
start.
thinking the 2.5 million was going to cover?
That's going to get us started.
Well, what does that mean?
Means architect plans, everything else. Somebody look at it, all that.
Mayor,
So
we are looking at a way to try to fund that now.
So the 2.5 million is the planning
Well, that's what I
and
was getting
engineering.
at. I thought we-
Is that what?
We are looking at that. We don't have a solid in yet, but we are looking at that.
Okay, because, yeah, the sooner we start that, the sooner it gets built. How long did it take for the last one?
Oh,
67 years.
We talked about it early in 2000s, and we
Yeah.
broke ground.
Okay.
Was in elementary
24?
So you think there's a way to, you're coming back with us, something on that? Okay.
Well, meanwhile, the 40 grand is essential?
40 grand for what? What, I'm not
The
looking at
floor.
what you got.
The floor?
31? Yeah, it's just resurfacing the bay floor, if you're talking about for 31.
Okay.
Yes, that's resurface the flooring.
Okay. I think he's asking how crucial is that?
I'd rather do 38.
Okay.
Me too. Haha.
30, yeah,
Well, okay,
38 and
so-
32 is more crucial than 31s right
Well,
now.
but let me ask you, if the other two remodels are to meet the new cancer standard, then those are urgent as well.
Those two are my urgent ones. 31 is just the surface,
Right.
it's more of
I'm
a.
not worried about that.
Yes.
Okay.
So 38 is number one, 32 is my second one.
But then there's also $1 million for Station 31 remodel.
Storage. Storage on the backside, to move them from rented facilities right now. We got one for uniforms and one for EMS equipment.
We're renting facilities?
For renting storage units, yes.
How much are we spending on rental?
I don't have, no numbers.
$350 a month. We can go a lot of months for $1 million.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
38 and 32 are the priorities.
38 and 32.
Yep.
So the 2.5, which I think is, shall we say, conservative? And the $1 million. So am I looking at that right?
What?
No?
32 is 500, right?
32 is 500.
Okay, so
Is
500.
that a real number?
Yeah, that's the real number.
Okay.
But just for your reference, though, it is going to be more than two, because, I mean, we're going to have to relocate them.
We know that.
Okay.
We know that.
Okay.
That's why I called you up here. It's not really a remodel. I understand why you did this, but it has to be more than that.
It's, I don't know what we're going to get into. So, yeah.
Especially the cancer thing.
Okay, Chief, what the mayor's saying is we can look for a state appropriation.
Let's try pitching this year. This
Okay.
can be our thing this year.
Okay.
It's worth a try. So, okay.
Good.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else anybody wants to talk about in capital?
Cindy, the attachment you gave us on the fiscal year 27 CIP requests,
Yes.
should those numbers match the 27 column in our actual budget book?
Yeah, the 5 million would, yeah. The rest of it was moved to 26, the 14 million of it, along with
Okay.
the actual request for 28, along with the actual request for 28.
Okay. And I'm seeing quite a few line items in here for painting. So, of course, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh, where can we cut? Well, there's a lot of painting we don't necessarily have to do. I think I had another question in here somewhere. Looks like there might be one duplicate. Park on Park Pavilion is listed twice. I
General fund.
assume that's a duplicate. It's a line item 2404 and 2412. Unless those are different activities.
I'm sorry, where are you at?
This is in the attachment that you sent
Oh, the
us.
attachment.
Here
Yes.
and here.
That's what I'm asking is, does that attachment, is that just an extract of 2027 or are those updated or corrected numbers?
These are what the departments submitted for budgets. I'd have to look at the detail. There might be differences in it.
Okay.
And what was the name of it?
Park on Park Pavilion.
Park on Park Pavilion. And the numbers were 2404 and 2412.
Yeah, one's painting and the other one, a roof replacement.
Okay.
Painting and roof, okay.
That can't be. 75,000 for a roof?
That's what was submitted, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That number does not sound reasonable.
So is the 75,000 painting and 20,000 roof?
No, the 20,000 says it's for the painting, and the 75,000 says it's for the roof and painting, it looks like.
And 2452, replace facility fencing. Doesn't say what facility.
I don't have that detail either on mine.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on capital? Okay. Where do you want to go next, Cindy?
Oh, wait, I had another question. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
In that same attachment,
Yeah.
2429 and 2461 both reference zero-turn commercial mowers. Now, I know commercial mowers are more expensive than the zero-turn mower that I purchased at $3,000, but are they actually 6 times the cost of that? It just seems $18,000 and $25,000 high for one zero-turn mower. Now, that's a detailed question, but it did stand out to me.
Yeah, one's a 60-inch and one's a 72-inch, so I'm sure that's the difference in the pricing. But as far as...
Yeah, but even 18,000. I'm just wondering if our folks doing these purchases might talk to Scotty over at the golf course, because he can get some pretty darn good deals on mowers. And those just seem high, those numbers.
But Scotty can buy from a different vendor than we can.
Well, darn.
I do have a question about the aquatic center roof, but I don't see, is Jerry gone? Oh, there you are. You're hiding behind that big guy. So $25,000, is that for the entire building where the office and the lockers and everything is?
That is for both of the buildings that are there. There's a walkway in between them, but it's for both of those buildings. And that is
Is that, so is that all our responsibility, or is it part the school, or?
for something like that, we would bill them for 50% of it.
Okay,
But we
we
pay
would.
the upfront cost.
So
and
the
then bill
20,
them for it.
so is it 25 total and they're gonna reimburse?
It's 25 total is
Okay.
what we were quoted for it.
Okay. So we would conceivably get half of that back?
12.5 back, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So should we notate that on this line so we know that we don't actually need 25 grand for that?
Yeah,
Is that fair?
yeah, we can put it on here.
Okay. And that's
We
not,
haven't in the past with like the liner and all of that,
Right.
because we
That's
pay
what
it
I
up
thought.
front, so we have to have the funds available to make that.
no, I just wanted to clarify that we might pay up front, but we might get
Yes, sir.
half back.
Yep.
So you can get a cart or something. What, I don't know what you need.
Well, we don't get it back. I think it goes into the general fund.
I know.
So.
We can give it to Ron.
It just becomes revenue for the,
And in general, with these dollar amounts on the CIP, how much investigation or quoting is being done?
finance doesn't do any departments. You'd have to ask the departments on how much they do.
Okay. All right, what's next, Cindy?
That's everything that I have, unless you want to go over some of the addition requests. That would be the last item.
Okay, let's go over that.
As Mr. Bonaparte said, we did have 26 positions that were requested in the budget. I can go over them individually. A GIS analyst from planning for about 92,000. An engineering associate for planning for about 100. A budget manager or director for about 125,000 in finance. An assistant purchasing manager for finance for about 135,000. A logistics coordinator for fire for about 167,000. A PIO for fire for about 235,000. 6 new firefighters and a rescue for about 528,000 for personnel and about 590,000 for the rescue. 12 new firefighters for tower, about $1 million for the people and about $2.5 million for the tower. They did ask for some hose testing for annual service for about $10,500. And 2 maintenance workers for parks and grounds at a cost of about $125,000 for parks and grounds.
Is that their, that includes their benefits? Or is that just that? Okay.
All the estimates include benefits.
Okay.
And they were supposed to include any operational costs that they might need as well, like training, uniforms, et cetera.
For instance, the fire PIO also includes a vehicle.
Chief McNeil? So you're asking for an additional rescue?
Yes, sir. We were looking at putting another rescue at Station 32 to cover some of the call load. We're still running about 80% of our calls in the city of Sanford.
Okay.
Remember, we did this with 31.
Right, so I know we got the second one at 31, which worked out well.
Yeah.
Have we taken into account Station 40 and whether we still need the second one at 32?
We haven't ran the numbers here lately on it, but we'll look into it. I can look into that one.
But it may help.
It will help for right now, till that area picks up more.
When did that rescue? When did the rescue from 40 come in? Had we been using it?
Yes,
Where was it running out of?
31.
So we were running 3 rescues out of
No,
40?
2. The one that they're running right now as a reserve truck. We haven't got that official truck for that second one yet.
Okay, okay, so now I think so Rescue 40 was here, so we started running it.
Yes.
As a second rescue.
Yes.
Now that it's at Station 40, that second rescue is a reserve rescue, but we have ordered a new rescue to be the second rescue at 31st.
Yes, we have two coming.
All right.
Remember, it takes 2 years to get a rescue.
Okay.
4 years for an engine.
All right.
So 10 years for a tower?
4 years.
Okay, and then you had talked to me a little bit about the logistics coordinator. You wanna
Yes, sir.
share that?
We have one position approved. The first person was there for 6 months. The second person was there for a year. Now it's been vacant for 6 months. Yeah. So that position covers all our logistic needs, our bunker gear, our station stuff to keep that, our trucks, our radios, all that. So it's really more than one person can truly handle. We was trying to step one person into it, then get a second position. That's what we asked for in this budget. We asked, I think, last year also for the second person, just to try to alleviate that, but don't even have that logistics person filled right now. The DC and the battalions have took it back over all those duties.
Okay, so we have one position that's not filled.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you want a second?
Yes, sir.
Would you hire an old bald guy?
At half price.
Yeah.
Oh, half price? Yes. Can you clone yourself and make two?
So then apparently you don't really need the position.
Wow.
You don't have to pay IRS benefits to them. Just saying. That's a savings.
Given that description, could be a number of people.
I am bald.
Okay.
Would you still need IRS?
All right.
Yeah, I do.
Any questions for Chief? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson? Oh, no, not Mr. Johnson. Mr. Sullivan. Right? Parks and Grounds? Or you got somebody else that wants to talk about two maintenance workers?
Yes. You want to come and talk about the maintenance workers? Yeah, because a lot of these were put in before I took over the Parks Division and was not involved in a lot of that.
Okay.
So Matt was.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. So the request for the two additional maintenance workers were to help our team downtown, as well as help out with the new Fort Mellon Amphitheater improvements, as well as Lake Corolla. There's a lot of sidewalk that's been put down that we're going to be responsible for edging. We're also bringing in-house the annuals, so that's going to be additional work on staff. So we're just trying to plan accordingly.
Can we afford that? I think that's a big ROI for us.
What?
To get the two maintenance workers.
But while they're here, can I ask them a question? Okay, thank you. Is it true that the amphitheater is going to cost us $250,000 a year to maintain?
What? We haven't put that number out.
Okay.
So I wouldn't suspect it.
Okay. I didn't know if we were hiring a whole crew for, I didn't know where this person got this number from.
Still working on that, but a lot of what they've done is a plug and play.
I thought so.
So we'll have some equipment that we'll wheel over there, plug it in, and we can do a movie or, use it, whatever we're going to do. Now, if you're doing a major major concert, they're gonna bring in their own sound.
Right,
But
right.
otherwise, it'll be plug and play for a lot of the events that we do.
Okay.
Do we have a completion date, an estimate?
I just asked for that.
Yeah.
I think we're still, at the end of the month, the electronic portion of it, they're ready to get that finished. The issue there right now, is more of a logistical problem with some of the things going on in the park itself.
Okay.
But I think we're still a couple of months away before we're gonna be able, we're trying to find a date so that we know when we can start renting it out. We're already getting requests.
Really?
So we are looking to find, and most of the things that are gonna be done, there are gonna be special events, we expect. So, because they'll have amplified sound. So we're going to need to give them 60 days to run through the special event process. So we're trying to get ahead of that so we can go ahead and start renting it out.
So do you think possibly by the Christmas holiday, or are we looking into
I believe so.
2027?
The last thing we were told, which was yesterday in the meeting, was that they expected by August that we should have, by the end of August, we should have it.
So, one more question on that. Is it true we're requiring a $3 million insurance policy to rent it?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Oh, that was on Facebook. It must be true.
I know. And it's a former mayor's daughter. It's gotta be true.
We're still working on pricing and the application for using that, so none of that has been determined.
Okay.
Okay.
And I haven't thought this through yet, so it may just be a bad idea.
Your retirement
But-
party?
No.
Oh.
Since it's going to be basically a rental, can we set standard parameters that are covered for a special event, so they don't actually have to go through the special event process just to have all the same things checked that we know are going to happen?
We probably can, with the exception of road closures, alcohol, and things like that. Those are really hard to put hard numbers on, because even the size of the event, if you've got 1,000 people coming, you're going to need more police officers than if you've got 100 people coming. So
And
there
maybe
are-
come up with 3 scenarios.
Yeah, it's
But I mean, it just seems like it's going to be the same thing
that we're running into.
over and over again. And that there can just be a standard package or packages.
Plug and play.
It'd be a whole lot,
It would
whole
be
lot
easier
simpler.
for us, and it would be easy for us to put that out there. So we will work on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Jerry, does the end of August, that doesn't include Lake Corolla?
Does not include Lake Roll.
Do we have an ETA on that one?
Do not.
Okay. Matt, is it going to be difficult for us if we don't have those two? Is it going to be a heavy on Parks and Recreation without those two once all of this has been completed?
I think we will see it. You know, there'll be some things that aren't able to be accomplished. So I think what our citizens are used to seeing, what they expect from us, we will see a difference. So.
Thank you.
And I would recommend that whether we budget for any new positions or not, and we would have to figure out how we're going to pay for them, but that no job posting or hiring takes place until after November 4th.
Agreed.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to say we're going to hire people and then 2 months in, or a month into the budget, realize that we won't be able to have them the following year.
Well, could we decide and then, depending on what happens November 4th, we say, okay, we'll open it up for, 2 maintenance workers
versus revisiting the conversation after November 4th?
Commissioner, the concern I have is no matter what happens on November the 4th, the state legislature, I think, will be doing some of the other adjustments restricting municipal spending.
Well, y'all are making my head hurt because I could have sworn we just talked about a hiring freeze. Now we're talking about adding positions?
Well, that's why I brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
We just started a hiring freeze, and now we're talking about the possibility of wanting to add positions, which, so whether we budget for them or not, they would still be frozen anyway.
Well,
Are we ready to talk about the budget director yet?
no.
We can talk about a budget director. I'm sort of shying away from that because I remember the last time we had one, and I like Cindy way better.
A budget director.
I think that was the person we told they were no longer allowed to talk at the budget meetings.
And I don't know if we have any citizens in the chamber there or if any will be actually listening to this, but Cindy, it might be beneficial to describe the difference, not in detail, but the difference between zero-based budgeting and strategic budgeting. It is mentioned in the handout you gave us, and that governments are switching from the former to the latter. We hear citizens occasionally, especially of late because of property taxes, talk about why don't we do zero-based budgeting? But we do, and I don't know if they really understand what that means. Do you have a short way of describing that here?
Zero-based budgeting. Basically, we make the departments justify every penny that they spend. They're not allowed just to take their budget and increase it by CPI each year. We go through every single item and every single account that each department has, and I think they will agree. But that it's not a fun experience, but it is something that we do, and they do justify those costs, and it's not like we just say, okay, CPI is going up 4%, go ahead and increase your budget by 4%.
Yeah. Okay. And I appreciate that because I just want people to understand that we do that now, and we don't just tack on a percentage increase.
Commissioner Thomas, as we're going through this, and this is to the mayor and all the commissioners, you may have heard a constant theme that while salary compensations are being adjusted, for the most part, operating expenses have been decreased.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because of the process Ms. Lindsay just talked about, meeting with the directors and going through and looking at decreasing operating expenses.
And are we in fact making a move to strategic budgeting now or later?
We have not discussed that. I had planned on discussing that at our actual next executive management meeting. I know the mayor and I talked about possibly doing it a couple of years ago. It is a lot of extra work on the departments and on finance to do that. And that's one of the reasons for the possibility of a budget manager director position. And I do have a handout. I don't know, even if we don't discuss it, I'd like to hand out on the position.
Well, and that's what I'm kind of talking about because I appreciated your sharing that handout. I know that she's not going to answer me right now because she's handing this out, but it was a useful document in terms of the justification for it, how we compare to other cities, because most other cities have at least one budget director, if not two. Interesting that Altamont Springs budget managers in their police department for some reason. And because of all of the new legislation. Go ahead, Patrick.
Because they had to figure out a way to pay them.
Oh, and they had the money. Yeah. So it makes sense here. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to separate this from the other unbudgeted positions in terms of how we handle freezing things and not making decisions till November. But I was especially curious about the zero-based versus strategic budgeting and how we're going to tackle that, whether or not the changes that we're making might make that a little less painful, but
And then the other item that a new budget manager position would help with is something the mayor brought up tonight, is justifying capital. This position would be responsible for sitting with the departments and walking through their capital budgets each year. And that is something that is not done currently. We depend on the departments totally for that.
yeah. So you're doing things from an accounting perspective now, saying, here are the numbers, here's how we count things, we can tell you what you have, but not as strategic as we could be if we had that budget person. Okay.
If we get the budget director and they can find me a way to get 2 maintenance worker ones, then I'm cool with it.
I'm thinking that way too, Commissioner Britton. You know, what can we trade around here to get this expertise that we need without a lot of extra money?
Well, Cindy, I know Apopka is really the only city with the same number of people.
Yeah, and they've got 2.
I guess, actually, I was expecting Altamont's budget to be bigger than ours, but that doesn't include fire, does it?
Right, correct. They don't have fire.
Okay.
And a couple other cities do not have fire as
Right.
well. I don't remember who, but I think there's 3 of them.
Right. And I know Apopka's proposing, I think, a 1 mil increase
Yes.
this year. Would you be able to move somebody from accounting to that position?
Not currently.
Okay. It's worth a shot.
Well, I was going to ask the same question because I know we've added employees to your department the last couple of years, right?
Mm-hmm. And with some of that write-up too is about the new standards accounting is coming down with on us too. We have to redo our entire financial statements this year, and next year we have to review our entire capital, $310 million worth of capital.
So you don't have anybody on staff currently for this position either then?
Correct.
It would be nice if the auditing timing was word different. Well, we're not going to make this decision today, but again, I did appreciate your putting this information together, and we should not lose sight of the need to do better, more strategic budgeting.
And I don't have it in front of me, but I'm assuming this is a $100,000 job.
For the budget manager? Yes, about 125.
It's on your field paper right now.
Well, budget director, logistics coordinator, and 2 maintenance workers is $416,000 if you want to start looking into budget.
Well, okay, so I'll be the bad guy up here. I did ask what the cost difference is between is it 4% we have budgeted for cost of living?
Yep.
To a 3%. And it was it $500,000 you told me? Roughly.
Again, the budget includes a 3% cost of living and a total of 1% for merit adjustment. So that's where the 4% came from.
Okay. So, but the 1% would be $500,000, I think is what he
I
told
think
me,
it's a little over $500,000,
a
yeah.
little over. So what is 0.5% then? It'd be half of that? Okay. I don't know, if in the current climate, we can justify giving those kind of raises. And so, and part of this discussion is also us still being closed on Fridays. And I recently got a picture where we were closed Thursday at 2 o'clock. The second floor of this building was completely dark.
Commissioner, was that a specific day?
A Thursday.
That's not good.
Not last Thursday, it was a Thursday. And a citizen took a picture and it was dark up there. So,
How'd they get up there?
Was it like a department that was dark?
no, the whole second floor was dark, all the way down, all the way down.
So again, the mayor said, how did they get up if nobody was here?
I didn't say nobody was here, I said the second floor was dark.
But they can't get up to the second floor unless they're going someplace.
Okay, I'm a liar. I'll get you the picture.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying
But my
they
point
have to
is-
go through security.
My point is our residents are questioning these things. Our residents are questioning how we increase our revenue every year, but don't offer 5-day-a-week services. And in this case, it looked like, and again, we go back to perception, it looked like a 3.5-day service.
We also offer more than 40 hours a week.
Perception can be reality. We can't ignore these things. We can
There's limited services
provide
you
facts,
get.
but
There's limited services you can get on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
That is an ongoing complaint.
yes. And there's limited services you can get for development in this city on a Friday. Is that correct?
That has changed.
Okay. We have people wanting to farm out the services and skip the city services because of that reason. Okay? I'm gonna stop before I get even madder and the chief needs to come up here.
Now, if I do that, then I'm the angry one.
My point is there are some things we could consider to shave here. A 3% increase is doggone good in this climate right now. A 4% is better. There's no doubt about it, and our people deserve it. But we can't cry poor on one hand and give out money on the other hand. We may as well just not even cry poor. And I also think that if we're going to do the 4%, there needs to be a cap on how much one employee can get.
I agree.
Finally, I got a second.
third,
No, I've always said giving raises by percent is not the way to do it.
It's not. It's not.
I don't think that we should decrease the increase. And as much as I agree with Patrick, I do think that the city has made efforts to try to accommodate, not a lot, because God knows, but being closed on Fridays and having certain departments open, like the utilities department, and having other departments on call, they have made an effort. And the 4-day work week is one of the incentives to work here. We're not the highest paying employee city. And we do stretch our employees thin. I do think that we need to do some restructuring and see what we can do about the return on our investment of that 4% increase. But I think a lot more can be done if we managed a little bit better.
We've been doing the 410s for 10 years, and we complained at the time we did it because of the 08 budget issue. There is a lot of stats out there that show the huge increase in our revenue in the last 4 years alone. And yet we have not returned to a 5-day open for business policy here.
City of Castleberry is 4 days too, right?
Oviedo.
Oviedo?
Castleberry also.
No, Castleberry also?
So Oviedo and
Oh, then
Castleberry.
maybe it's Castleberry and not Oviedo.
I know Castleberry is, I don't
No,
know.
Oviedo is, I know Oviedo is. So now
I
it's
do-
Sanford, Castleberry, and Oviedo.
Financially, though, it doesn't, it's not gonna make a difference to go to 5 days.
Yeah, it doesn't cost us a dime.
Yeah.
We're not saving money being open 4 days.
Right.
Because we got neighbors here complaining about the AC running when we're not here. So we're not saving electricity. So that was, I don't know why that excuse was ever given.
Well, the savings was, they weren't working 40 hours when we first went to 4 days. There was a cut in hours.
Was,
And then, once we had the money, we went back up to 40 hours, but did not go back to 5 days.
right.
I think we did that because we didn't get any raises. And in terms of, yes, the last few years, we've caught up a lot, but if you go back to 2008, 5.5% per year increase. It's just most of it's happened in the last 4 years. And I believe this year is 5.5%. Go back to average.
Well,
So, I mean, I'm willing to talk about the 1% to fund those other positions. But I also,
well,
now that we've gone through it, take a look and see if there's not somewhere else we save money. But I don't see us hiring anyone until after, November.
well, it's already on the record. It's gonna be blasted that you're talking about hiring new people. So it, it doesn't matter when we do it. We haven't cut enough this year.
Then what else do you want to cut?
If November goes the way it's pulled right now, we will be forced. And by everything I'm told, sitting up here, I'm fearful it's going to be drastic. And so I think it's really difficult for us to talk about adding anybody to this staff when we may be forced to talk about worse things ahead. And I think that's why this budget has been presented to us without those positions in here.
Is it something that we can revisit
I mean,
in November?
we
hire
add
all the time.
positions during the year
Yeah.
before. You can certainly do a budget amendment after and make that change then, which.
I agree that we
Personally,
don't.
I think.
I feel like
politics
that's
are
our
worse
only
doing it that way.
reasonable option.
personally, you don't want?
I think the optics are worse doing it that way. Oh, look, the cut didn't pass, so look, they're spending more money.
Well, we're gonna have to have a super majority anyway. After January 1st, right?
Yeah. No, but I'm not sure we've ever not been unanimous
I know.
on any budget vote by the time we get to it. Okay. So, anything else?
That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, our job is to provide information. If after the meeting you have questions, please either send them to Cindy or myself, and we'll get the response to all of you. Unless you see the need, we do have the meeting scheduled for next Wednesday that could be canceled, or if you have questions specifically, we could perhaps handle them during work sessions.
I think we can probably handle anything else during work session.
Yeah. I don't think another meeting is needed, but we did skip all over this carpet on the second floor. So are we gonna clean the carpet up? Because Mr. Bonaparte said that there was supposed to be doing some changes, now it's not gonna be doing some changes. Can we just clean the carpet
Have
on the
we
second floor?
ever done had a carpet cleaner come in to try to clean that spot? We have done that?
There you go.
I believe
Oh,
they
you're right.
did, and the
Excellent.
stain just popped back up after they cleaned it.
You believe what?
I believe they cleaned the carpet once, and the stain just remained. It popped. I think it faded, and then like a day or two later, it popped right back out.
It was the rainwater from the ceiling.
Right.
We don't have carpet tiles. The way we be saying no, it's crazy to me.
Yes, we did, Mayor. We did clean the carpet not too long back, and the stain did not go away. And I do not believe they're carpet tiles. I think it's rolled carpet.
Yeah, it's not carpet tiles.
Yeah, they're not tiles.
So we're just okay with the carpet, we just walking
Well,
to the
hold
city
on,
manager's office.
is the project dead upstairs?
That is not me. That would be Mr. Radzak.
We need to get an answer on this, and then let's get a cost
if
on
we're
what
not-
your carpet is.
If we're not doing the whole project, then we'll
Right.
do the carpet.
Right.
Whether you're
Yeah.
doing the carpet or
Agree.
doing the whole project.
We were, we had permits approved, we were ready to select a contractor, go commence construction. However, there was some redesign work, we found a definite answer on Lahib, so we had to do some redesign work on that area. Remember, we started moving Lahib closer to the elevator, plus the city clerk's office wanted some changes. And then I was recommended to do a second. Well, I didn't.
Oh, that's the city clerk again.
And then, there was some, recommendation for a second elevator because we had so many problems with the existing elevator. And as you guys have mentioned,
Elevators are expensive.
yeah, so, and then most importantly is the property tax reform on the horizon. So do we really want to make all these changes with that on the horizon? So we've slowed down the project because of those reasons that I just mentioned.
Okay, so where in the budget is the money for that?
It's third gen, I think.
It's third gen. It hasn't been budgeted until we went out to bid and got that number, and then we were going to bring the budget to you. But we'd already got it approved to use third gen money. You know, you have to ask everybody in the county if it's okay to use it. We've already gone through that process.
So the thought process is if property taxes are cut, we won't use third gen for it?
Well,
But we
I
just
don't
don't wanna
know if
spend
it'd be
money on
prudent
that
for us
now.
to add offices upstairs if we're talking about the cuts you guys are talking about. I don't know if it should be prudent we do
Okay.
that. So that's why it slowed down the project a little bit. Like I said, we were ready to go, but maybe we should wait.
Yeah, we're not sure what City Hall will look like after November.
Okay.
If you remember, we were adding a lot of offices upstairs. And
Are
then
you?
Lahib we found out the definite about Lahib, so we had to redesign. We haven't done it yet, but we have to do that. And then the other changes that I made about the elevator and some other things.
Okay. Can you put up with a stain for 4 months?
I didn't know it was that deep. Apparently, everything in the city of Sanford is that deep, so just leave it be. I just thought it looked tacky when you walk up there. But, you know, if you got to cut an arm and a leg to clean it, don't worry about it. We're good.
Commissioner,
So
staff appreciates your concern because we see it all the time.
my recommendation would be let's wait until November, and if we're not gonna do the second floor, then you replace the carpet. Okay.
Whether or not the vote goes, you're good, Craig, in November, whichever way it goes, beneficial or not, are we going to have the conversation about restructuring the city of Sanford government? Or is that something we wait till we get new leadership in play? Like,
what do you mean restructuring?
You mean the form of government?
No, just staffing. Like I talked about earlier, we were talking about directors, we were talking about cross-training. I talked about that when we were doing our goals and accomplishments, looking at our flow chart, so that, you know, we are prepared for the future.
Yeah, that should be a very thorough discussion.
I'm just wondering, are we planning on having that conversation? I know that the commission did before I became a commissioner 6 years ago, and then Public Works and Utilities became one, and I'm saying I think it's about time for another look at things.
Commissioner, I think it is appropriate, and staff has been planning at a soon upcoming commission meeting to talk about possible ramifications should the proposal be approved. Because we're already thinking about that. We want to share with you some of our thoughts.
Okay.
So I guess, do you have specific suggestions you want to make for restructuring, or you want to see if there's suggestions out there?
I want the city manager to manage. Why do I have to come up with things? I manage to get me the information, what this would look like, how it will benefit the city. This is the new organizational chart, and bring it to the commission.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Britton. I think that we're in a position of wanting to know, at some point, we should have in front of us our two different options, depending on the vote. How does the organization look personnel-wise, if it passes, if it doesn't pass? Budgeting is a big part of it.
I
Yeah.
want to remind you that the staff belongs to the city manager according to our charter. It is not the commission's responsibility.
Right. So therefore, I shouldn't be telling them how to do it.
I think we're just looking at it we want to have the awareness of when to expect information based on those decisions.
A concern also, Commission and Mayor, is the impact on staff, recognizing that anything would impact staff.
I didn't understand what?
Well, I'm confused by the whole thing of what we're trying to. So we want the city manager to present a different organization chart using less staff, rearranging staff.
Staff is not your business. It's the city manager's.
Okay, but the city manager works at the will of the commission, and the commission is saying we might be coming up on some difficult times. So let's not wait. Let's look at how we can save jobs. Let's look how we can restructure our city government as in employees, and let's get prepared. I gave the examples, and also Patrick helped for me to clarify what I was talking about with different department heads, so that we're not coming back later on and saying, okay, we've got to fire, we've got to do furloughs, we've got to do layoffs. I'm saying let's prepare that. Let's look at our chart. I don't understand how this is that hard. And Art, you've been so used to being so involved in the details. I'm saying let's allow the city manager to manage, bring it back to the commission, and then we have a conversation about it. Let's be proactive. Not that difficult.
As a staff member, what I heard Commissioner Britton saying about managers or directors or managers that don't have a department is that those people should not be making the salary that they're making.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that.
Because they don't manage anyone or direct anyone. I'm just saying that's me. I can't speak for the rest of the staff. But that is what it looks like.
No, so what Commissioner Britton is saying is if you have a department that has a director and now those departments are losing employees, let's restructure it so maybe community development can work alongside with something else and take on some more responsibilities because LAHEAP is no longer there. When we've got to explain this to our residents, explain this to our taxpayers, our bosses, and you say you have a director and then you have a city manager. I'm watching CDBG meetings where people are saying you're failing to manage. So now I'm saying, how do we look at our system and say, how can we make sure that we're spreading it out so no one loses their job and so that no one has to decrease in their pay? Let's let our city manager help them. So we're not looking back at it like I was a month ago asking, how can we save a city employee's position? And because we've already spoken about Maria, I can say it publicly. I did not want her to lose her job, just like I don't want anyone in community development or economic development to lose their job. When our constituents come to us and say, well, what's the value on that person being a director? Well, that person no longer has LAHEAP, but they're also now working alongside recreation or whatever, because we're looking at what's happening in January and everything that's coming before us. I do not want anybody to lose their job. I do not want anybody to have a decrease in pay. I want us to be able to justify it.
Okay, well, I think if there's an 18% decrease in our budget, people are losing jobs.
We don't have to, though.
Okay.
So, in terms of the budget, if commissioners have questions that you think about after the meeting, please get them to us so we can get that to you. If there's specific comments or discussions of other items you'd like to have, what I'm hearing is rather than having an additional budget session, we can look at having discussions at work sessions.
I also want to remind you that you have a shade meeting from 4 to 5 on Monday. So the workshop will be from 5 to 6.
What is that for?
Legal matters. Excuse me, yes. Yeah.
We're outside the
Oh, that's why that guy messaged me today wanting to talk to me.
what guy?
Somebody from that other party. So I should not be talking to him, right?
I do not think we're supposed to be talking to the people we're in litigation with.
I know, that's why I was shocked when he messaged me. I was like, what the heck?
All right. So, and then we will.
Thanks for that reminder, Tracy.
And then we will look into doing a workshop where we look at a different organizational chart.
We were going to be looking at a workshop to talk about some of the ramifications that we would have to adjust to should it be proposed. I mean, should it pass.
All right. Okay. Okay. Anything else? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.